We'll come to order here in a minute. When you're ready? Okay. Yep. With that, I will call this meeting to order. So,
Sure.
All set?
Yep.
Great.
Councilmember Lyons?
Oh, go right to it.
Here.
Councilmember San Antonio?
Present.
Councilmember Schaefer?
Here.
Deputy Mayor O'Hara is here, and Mayor Ehlers.
Here.
Record will show that all members of the council are present tonight.
Okay, item number 3 is Pledge of Allegiance. So if you can rise, please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Item 4 is special presentations and proclamations, and we have none tonight. And item number 5 is oral comments. How many oral comments do we have?
At the moment, we have 23.
23, wow. Okay, so we usually allocate 30 minutes for oral communications at the beginning of the meeting. So what I'm going to do is go down to 2 minutes per, and we're going to do the first 15 at the beginning of the meeting and do the remainder at the end of the meeting. That way we won't, we have a lot of people that came for other items. We want to make sure they get heard for the scheduled items. So with that, we'll start with the first 15 of the, in 2 minutes each.
And just a reminder, oral communications is your opportunity to speak on anything that is not on the agenda, and I'm going to call you up 3 at a time. First 3 speakers, Brad Lefkowitz, followed by Dave Dean, and then Allison Smith.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Brad Lefkowitz, District 4. At the committee and commissioner training recently, we reviewed the Brown Act and social media, specifically that members of the body cannot comment on or even like posts from fellow members about matters that come before that body. Out of concern for you all, I took a look at some of your past activity, and unfortunately, I did find a violation. Here you can see a post from Mr. San Antonio about the Fire Station 6 agenda item that was liked by Mr. O'Hara. Given how strongly this council and its supporters have emphasized rule following, whether it's code enforcement on signage or proper notice of agenda items, I assume there will be equal concern about curing and correcting this Brown Act violation. The city attorney, I assume, can help you review that, and while doing so, I suggest you also look at this violation, and this one, and this one, and this one, and this one, and this one. To be clear, it took me all of 3 minutes to find those. I'm sure there's a lot more if you dig deeper. To be clear, I don't think this is some nefarious conspiracy, but these are clear Brown Act violations, and council members should be leading by example when it comes to social media conduct. I planned for 3 minutes. There's another half that I will do next week. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. I'd like to invite, first of all, everyone out to the American Legion on the 29th at 2 o'clock to honor Royce Williams. He recently received the Medal of Honor, the highest honor that we can give someone. So 29th, 2 o'clock, please come out to the American Legion if you can. Secondly, and quickly, I called the Sheriff's Department twice this weekend for the Hope team to come out and deal with 2 different incidents, and one Saturday night, one Sunday. Sunday, they did a great job. Saturday night, they missed the boat, but the key thing is I got a call Monday morning from Captain Watts' team and the Hope team saying, Dave, we missed the mark on Saturday night. We want to do better. We want to make it right. And anybody can accept accolades when times are going good, but it's a test of a man's character, how he responds when things don't go so well. And they took the highest road to say, we made a mistake. We want to do better. And they followed up on it. Monday morning, they were at the spot I had designated. Monday night, they were able to help that individual. So amazing job by Captain Watts and the Hope team. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, City Council members. My name is Allison Smith, and I'm a professor at UCSD, where I teach dance for over 25 years. I primarily teach ballet and modern dance. I'm a mom, and I live in Encinitas. I'm here to urge you to remove committee member Steve Hubeck from his appointment with the City of Encinitas. Steve Hubeck's unnecessary repost of an image from a school Black History Month West African Drum and Dance Assembly has been circulating throughout the San Diego dance community. He labels his report, his repost image as Blacks dressed in tribal gear and banging on drums. And this language is extremely harmful to the Black community and my UCSD colleague Dante, who teaches many specialized African diasporic movement and drum courses in the theater and dance department with me at UCSD. I'm here to support him and the harm that has been caused to Dante, his family as residents of Encinitas, the entire West African drum and dance community throughout San Diego, and all Black community members, and emphasize the need for cultural literacy and respect for all arts and cultures by publicly elected officials in our local government. This kind of racist othering also trickles down to our youth, as was exemplified in Carlsbad, where a racially motivated attack on a young Black girl by her peers is currently being discussed tonight at their city council meeting. And this racist repost, completely unnecessary repost by Steve Hubeck, needs to be accounted for and removed. This type of othering violates the Encinitas Code of Ethics and is an inappropriate and unnecessary commentary from a committee member. And I urge you to reconsider your appointment of a committee member that is clearly uninterested in supporting or learning about the vibrant diversity of the arts and culture that Encinitas is so well known for, and causing harm to our Black community.
Thank you.
Next three speakers, Dante Fayal, followed by Victoria Fulton, and then Beth Taylor.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. As the visionary civil rights leader and arts advocate, Maya Angelou profoundly stated, "History, despite its wrenching pain, cannot be unlived, but if faced with courage, need not be lived again." Today, we must confront the echoes of that pain in our own community and summon the courage to forge a different path. I am Dante Anabi Edward Mustafa Edward Fayal, parent of African heritage and a cultural arts educator, professor at UC San Diego, and leader in the Encinitas West African drum and dance community. I am committed to instilling values of equality into all my children amidst the coastal serenity of our beautiful city. As a liaison for acclaimed West African masters and artists who bring transformative lessons to our shores, I appear before you again to maintain focus on the saddening biased online rhetoric of Stephen Hubeck, which dehumanized individuals of African descent in this city by reducing us to Blacks and demean the cherished West African percussive inheritance of my ancestors as trivial banging on drums and tribal gear. In this era of 2026, these barbs revive traumas of servitude periods, detached lineage-connected households similar to mine, erode fundamental dignity, and amplify commonplace insults for our entire community, such as dubious scrutinies from classmates or associates, diminishing adolescent empathy, and defaming a populace that champions inclusivity and openness. Encinitas leadership, I urge you to please dedicate your resources to bias alleviation projects such as educational drum and dance and history courses and seminars in our parks and recs and places of learning. This would truly ensure the incarnation of Dr. King's vision of shared righteousness. I express appreciation for your continued commitment to change and evolution of our city.
Good evening. Victoria Fulton, D2. I wrote last month to condemn the remarks made by council-appointed Stephen Hubeck. On February 13th, Stephen Hubeck made a social media post belittling a West African cultural event honoring Black History Month. Mr. Hobeck's characterization reduced a Black Student Union-sponsored event to blacks dressed in tribal gear banging drums. While this may read as innocuous to some in this room, to many others, this represents yet another belittling and reductive attack on people, cultures, and traditions who continue to struggle for respect, representation, and their place in American society and in this town. The story of America, despite efforts to silence and erase it, is not a single story, and the history, culture, and dance of West Africa is American history. Writing off a celebration as blacks in tribal gear banging drums is at best ignorant, naive, and irresponsible, and at worst, and what I believe to be boldly and dismissively racist. Given Mr. Hobeck's history and catalog of public statements against ethnic studies implementation and his maligning of SDU-HD teachers and staff, it's time we believe him when he tells us who he is. Councilman O'Hara, it was 4 months ago when you accepted my invitation and joined us at the Capri Elementary School's first Ruby Bridges Walk to School Day. You shook hands, smiled for cameras, and posed for photo ops in what I believed signaled your commitment to fighting racism and bigotry here at home and at large. Your support of and failure to condemn Stephen Hobeck's comments tell another story. But Councilman O'Hara is not alone. From my understanding, not a single member on this dais has made public comment condemning Stephen Hobeck's racist and demeaning comments, even after public and community outcry. In fact, 1 month later, Stephen Hobeck still holds his nominated seat within this council. The people who are hurt, insulted, and affected by Stephen Hobeck's racist public comments deserve better from the people who were elected to represent and protect them. He's shown us who he is. You all have an opportunity to do the same. Thank you.
Following Beth Taylor, Stacy Preddy, Mark Mazzarella, and then Jim Skeen.
Good morning, good evening, Beth Taylor, District 1. I'm here tonight to follow up on the request I made at the last council meeting regarding Stephen Hobeck's commission appointment. At that time, I asked that the council remove Mr. Hobeck from his position. Tonight, I'm asking that you take the next step and place the removal of Mr. Hobeck from his current committee seat on a future council agenda so it can be openly discussed and voted on. My request remains the same, and my reasoning has not changed. This is not about relitigating an incident or extending a public dispute. It is about accountability and the standards we expect from individuals who are appointed to represent our city. I also want to be very clear. This request is not political, and I strongly urge the council not to allow it to become political or to entertain suggestions that it is. This is about basic human decency and a respect for all members of our community. When someone is appointed to a city commission, they are entrusted with representing the entire community. That role carries responsibility. It requires judgment, respect, and an understanding that their words and actions reflect on the city and the council that appointed them. My request is simple, that the council consider whether Mr. Hobeck's conduct meets the standard expected of somebody serving an official advisory role, and that you allow that question to be addressed through public agenda item and vote. Encinitas deserves commissioners who represent all residents with dignity, respect, especially the young people in our community who are watching how leadership responds. Thank you for your time.
Good evening. My name is Stacy Preda, and I'm a mom and a longtime resident in this community. I'm here tonight because I care deeply about the example we set for our kids and about the kind of community we want Encinitas to be. I recently learned about the comments made by Stephen Hobeck regarding Black History Month performance at a local high school. Like many parents in this community, I found them deeply troubling. What concerned me even more was what happened afterward, when people in the community explained why his words were hurtful and the impact they could have on students and families. There was no apology and no acknowledgement of that harm. Instead, the comments were defended and justified. That response matters. When someone holds a city-appointed position, they are not just speaking as a private individual. They represent the community and the council that appointed them.
With that role comes responsibility to treat people with respect and show the kind of judgment and humility we want for our young children, our young people to learn from. As a parent, I think about the students who participated in that performance. Black History Month events are meant to celebrate culture, learning, and inclusion. Students should feel proud of the work they put into those performances, not see them dismissed or mocked by someone representing and serving in a city role. Community representatives should model respect, whether in public meetings or in daily interactions, or on social media. That standard is important if we want residents to feel their city government truly represents everyone. So tonight, I'm asking the council. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Mark Mazzarella. I'm a lawyer, and I'm here on behalf of my friends and clients, Jim and Heather Skeen. I'll get right to it. The problem is light pollution that's going on in their neighborhood. The Skeens live in the Rancho Santa Fe Vista community, here, about 200 homes. And 4 years ago, their neighbors installed these lights above an adult entertainment area. They clearly violate the state and local outdoor lighting laws, which require lights to be shielded so that the light does not project across the horizontal plane of the bottom of the lights, and so that the bulbs are not visible. The impact on the Skeens can't be understated, and it's illustrated by this. This is a photograph taken from the Skeens' master bedroom landing on their second floor, out the window towards their neighbors, the Minicellis. That's what they live with every day, and they have lived every day for 4 years. Now, the Skeens complained, and the city responded. Basically, all they wanted their neighbors to do was shield the lights, like everybody else in the state has to do. Shielding is real simple. You put a conical cover over the bulbs that forces the light, allows the light to travel downward, but not laterally. It's not rocket science. That's all that's required. They refuse to do it because Mrs. Minicelli is an outdoor decorator, and she prefers the aesthetics of these party lights. So what happened was the city did issue a notice of violation. And at first, the Minicellis were going to respond and correct the violation. But then they realized they could capitalize on their daughter's serious disability, and she is seriously disabled. Mr. Skeen will address that. She's got Angelman disease. It's a very, very tragic situation. So what they did is they applied.
Sorry.
That's right.
I can refer you to staff if you could leave your name and contact info. And I assume you've already been working with staff, so thank you.
Hi, I'm Jim Skeen. Thank you for your time and service. I've been living in the same home with my family for 34 years. You've seen the pictures. It's outrageous what we're dealing with each and every day. Our neighbors are entitled to a remodel. They're entitled to everything else the rest of us are. But to deliberately shine lights into our home every day from dusk until midnight, whether it's raining, whether it's 40 degrees out, they just don't care. To purport that this is for use for the child's safety is absurd. She's not outside at all at night with this tragic disease. When we learned about the affliction this poor child had, and that she needed a $17,500 dog to help her daily, I gave them $2,500, I raised $2,500, and I loaned them the balance just to start the 2-year process. No paperwork, no interest, I didn't care. Here, take the money, order the dog. This is how they repaid me. So what it's doing to us, we've tried to get to this prior city council, prior city attorney 3 times, blew us off. What we're asking for is someone to care about us and give us a chance at this process, and have someone explain to us why unshielded lights, which are illegal and create light pollution, are allowed into our home when they can be easily blocked. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next 3 speakers, Gary Murphy, followed by Terry Ann Skelly, and then Natalie Satoon.
Mayor, Council, how you doing tonight? Well, you guys did a good job this week with Scoop. It's a pretty good job up there. Got some sand on the beach north of Beacons, and Beacons got a lot of sand too. A lot of people were concerned about it was a little different kind of sand than what we're used to, but it gave us a lot of education in how the ocean works. I'm working on a project to maybe do some sandbars, help the surf out a little bit, and bring some things in, and I got to learn a lot of things from it. But the first important thing is I want to congratulate Todd. Todd and his crew were fantastic. Jennifer, thank you too. I appreciate it, Mayor, and everybody else on the council. What we learned is they had to fight the tides. They fought the time, but they did it in a very fast pace. The color of the water was a little mucky, but hey, you live on the North Shore, you surf during the winter, don't go in 72 hours if you're scared. If you aren't scared, go surfing. So what I want to do is we've got a lot of sand in the river mouths at Cardiff and down in Del Mar. We want that stuff. I want to barge it out. You guys want to scoop it with trucks? Let's do it. But let's keep building up Leucadia because that beach needs to be rebuilt because you'll be amazed how much money that beach will bring you if you take care of it. We're a beach community. We're not Rancho, California. We're not Escondido. We're a city that has a neighbor to the west that we need to treat better than we treat anybody. And if we treat that good, then we're going to treat all the residents good, and there won't be anybody in here complaining about stuff. So the way I look at it is I just want to congratulate everybody, and I want to let everybody know that Todd was fantastic. All right, you guys have a great night. Keep spirits up. Bye-bye.
Good evening, Mayor Ehlers. My name is Terry Ann Skelly. I'm a parent, a youth group leader, and a public health educator working with San Diego Alliance. I came because I'd like to remind us that last month, February, was Healthy Heart Month, and I've received as the County Health and Human Services newsletter, which reminded us that heart disease remains the leading cause of death in the United States and Mexico, and the second leading cause of death here in San Diego County. The latest data shows 1 in 5 local deaths is from heart disease, and it's increasing. Dr. T, the county public health officer, advised to make small adjustments like a quick walk every day, choosing to take the stairs, eating more leafy green vegetables, fruits, and quitting smoking and vaping. The Journal of American Heart Association released this statement last month, and I quote, "Cannabis use poses significant heart health risks. It increases the likelihood of heart attack, stroke, and heart failure, even in young, healthy individuals by accelerating heart rate and raising blood pressure, straining the arteries. Smoking, vaping, and edibles carry risks with regular use, damaging blood vessel function. Research indicates cannabis users face substantially higher risks compared to tobacco," end quote. Perhaps what policymakers can do to decrease heart disease in their residents is reduce the exposure to billboards, promotion, and tobacco and marijuana storefronts presence here in our city. The sooner the better would be best. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Natalie Satoon, Cardiff. If you all haven't been to the Senior Center for lunch, this is a great program for those of us 50 and over. This is a nomination. There's also a nomination process through March 19 to vote on a senior citizen volunteer to recognize them for their community service. I was at lunch on Friday and turned in my nomination afterward. By now, some of us know I nominated Bob Austin, our 99-year-old, soon-to-be 100-year-old veteran volunteer who has served lunch daily at the Senior Center since 2012. I'm also in the CERT program, which is held on Monday nights. On Monday before class, I was in a small group and approached by Senior Commissioner Karen Koblenz, who interjected and announced to the group, who, while harshly tapping me on the hand, that she knew I nominated Bob. Karen proceeded to admonish me for my nomination and announced to me and the group why my nomination should not be warranted. This happened 72 to 75 hours after I turned in my nomination form. This is a twofold problem with the nomination and selection process, even on this small scale. Twofold, it's the responsibility of the city manager and separately the council that you must address. Council, during the last election cycle, it was well known that Karen Klobins altered an email with Councilman Schaefer. Jennifer, it's your responsibility to find out why this information was disseminated. This is not appropriate that this happened, and I'm asking that the city council and direct the city manager to investigate how and why Parks and Rec disseminated my information, and Karen felt obligated to come and discuss that with me. Thank you.
Final 3 speakers out of the first 15 speakers, Amy Bryan, followed by Diane Panella, and then Teresa Beauchamp.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. My name is Amy Bryan, and I've been a local resident for over 25 years. On Monday, ICE invaded the parking lot of a preschool and concluded their hunt for a resident of our community. Not a hardened criminal, not a drug pusher, not a child predator, just a mom who had worked an 8-hour day and was there to pick up her babies. Instead, her children were locked down, as were all of the vulnerable children in this preschool, while armed, masked men handcuffed their mom and put her into their cage. I'm a mom, and to me, picking up my babies from preschool was an absolutely sacred time. This was the time of the day that they would tell me who was nice to them, who was not so nice. They would share with me the colors they had learned and the pictures that they drew at school that day. This was a time of sacred sweetness, so essential to this developmental phase that it should not be intruded upon, and certainly not by armed men. I'm a modern woman. I don't expect men to step up and be the only defenders of me, but I'm getting really tired of only women defending our preschools, our elementary schools, our middle schools, and our high schools. It's always women coming to the defense of other women and of small children when ICE invades our city. Therefore, tonight, I'm looking to the men that are on this council to address the issue. I'm wondering why you have not yet stepped up to defend the women and children in this situation. What is it that you're waiting on? Are you waiting for children to actually be killed? These agents were seen staging in the Encinitas Sheriff's Department just 2 days prior to this mom's capture. Your office was alerted to this very fact. You did not come out against this and answered instead that you can't do anything. Many cities have come out with strong stances. Many cities have said to the Department of Homeland Security and to ICE that you are not welcome in our cities. You are not welcome in our parking lots. I'm looking to the men on this council to stand up for our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Encinitas City Council. My name is Diane Panella, and I am a founder and organizer of Encinitas West African Dance. So as you heard earlier, a few speakers mentioned the incident with Steve Hobeck and the post that was made. I'll give you a little bit more information for those of you who haven't been in these meetings the past couple times. There was a school assembly. It was Canyon Crest School, which falls under the San Diego Unified School District. They had a Black History Month assembly with African drums and African dance. And then a newsletter went out to the parents, which gave a nice report and a nice picture. And at that point in time, Steve Hobeck chose to take that picture, put it on social media, and make the derogatory comment that you've heard several people mention already today about blacks banging drums and tribal gear. So when I was here last time, my little dinger went off, but right as I was making a point, and I was showing some visuals on the screen that were the Encinitas paddle out in 2020 in support of Black Lives. Very beautiful photos of the surfers, and just making the point that that's the true spirit of Encinitas. Peace and harmony, and also wanting to make the point that when you're on a committee, when you're on a commission here, it may not be related to race relations, it may be forestry, it may be another committee, but each and every person that comes and is on a committee under this council should be held to a higher standard, should be thinking about being an example to our community and to our youth. Mostly right now, as you know, what everybody's going through in North County with the youth, please encourage. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, council members, I'm here again to urge the immediate removal of Steve Hobeck from his appointed city committee. You are aware of the history. Hobeck posted hateful racist language on social media. When residents and members of the Encinitas West African dance and drum community explained the harmful impact of his words, he did not apologize. Instead, he doubled down, insisting his language was justified. Whether Mr. Hobeck personally believes his words are offensive is irrelevant. What matters is his provocative refusal to respect the residents he serves. He has demonstrated a belief that his perspective as a white man carries more weight than the lived experiences of Black Americans regarding their own cultural heritage. This behavior is a direct violation of the city's code of ethics, specifically conduct. He has failed to meet the expectation of respect, kindness, consideration, and courtesy toward the public. Second, bias. His comments manifest a clear bias against a specific cultural group, a significant violation for any local official. To preserve the integrity of our local government, I respectfully request that City Council agendize a formal review of this member's fitness for office, and at the end of the next meeting, when this may happen, I ask for his immediate removal. Encinitas deserves representatives who foster trust, not those who promote division and hate. And I know there are some community members that want to paint my West African dance community as politicians and being political awkward, but I'm the only Encinitas Action member.
Thank you.
That was the first 15 speakers under oral communications, and as the mayor noted, we will take the remaining 8 at the end of the meeting.
Okay, so there are 8 remaining, and at this point, oral comments is closed for additional. Okay. With that, we'll move on to report from closed session. We did hold a closed session for a couple of items, both related to the performance appraisal for the city manager. And there was no reportable action, although we had a good meeting. And the formal action will be a public action. It'll be taken at the 25th, March 25th. So if I covered it all, hopefully. Moving on, are there any changes to the agenda, item 7?
There are no changes to the posted agenda. And then moving on to the consent calendar, items 8D, 8F, and 8J have been pulled by members of the public.
8D as in dog. What was the other?
F as in Frank.
And G?
And J.
J. Okay. I will entertain a motion to approve the balance, holding those 3 back.
Motion to approve all other consent items.
I'll second.
Okay, I've got a motion and a second, and that's on everything but 8D, 8F, and 8J.
That motion carries unanimously and takes us to item 8D.
Okay, and how many people, one person pull it?
2.
2. And do either of the people pulling it want a staff report? Do we know who?
Sure.
Who's speaking?
Molly and Ron, do you want a staff report?
Is that a yes or no, Ron? No, okay. Molly, she was here a minute. Oh. Well, I'll tell you what, let's take public speakers. We'll obviously start with Ron.
It's actually Molly's first.
Molly's not in the room right now.
Okay. All
Real
right.
quick, can we do the presentation? I don't think it's very long, and it would be worth explanation.
If council wants
just to make sure that
absolutely.
everybody gets what's going on, so there's, and not everybody reads specifically. I think it's worth
Okay.
it.
So an abbreviated.
Yeah, an abbreviated,
staff
give
report.
us an update what this is.
So-
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Member City Council. So just briefly going over this is with staff's recommendation to approve a letter of support for AB 1708 Salache with regarding homelessness, housing assistance, and prevention. So February 13th, so middle of last month, the city received an informational item from the San Diego and Imperial Counties Division of the League of California Cities requesting that the city support this assembly bill. And then that was in turn provided to staff to move forward and bring it forward as a part of our legislative program for city council review and consideration with staff's recommendation to approve. Essentially, what this bill proposes is it will require our continuum of care, which essentially is our regional San Diego County Regional Task Force on Homelessness within the San Diego County, and they operate as our continuum of care, and they receive funding and then distribute that to various subrecipients to support homeless outreach, housing, and other wraparound service activities throughout the county. This bill essentially, right now, if we were to draw two lines, one is the Continuum of Care Regional Task Force on Homeless, and that is a direct line to the subrecipients that apply for these funds every year. This bill will actually bring forward small cities, so cities under 300,000 population, and essentially insert them into that direct line. So then during the, when the Notice of Funding Opportunities becomes available, within the first 30 days, cities will have the opportunity to be able to apply for those funds directly. And staff felt that this was important because it really does two things. One, it provides local control of financial support to the city council to be able to enact that within the city. And then number two, it gives the city the ability to pick its individual partners that either have had success working with the city or they have had success potentially working with our neighbors. And so it really just amends and provides the opportunity for cities to be able to apply for these funds before they normally would have. At this point, the letter of support does not it does not mandate us to have to go forward with this process, but it does support the process with the idea that it would be more local control for funding opportunities. And at that point,
any questions of clarification?
Yeah, so just confirm this is a streamlining of getting the money. It doesn't change whether we get money. It's the streamlining of the process is the nexus of this whole thing.
Correct. Streamlining of the process, but then with the potential that the city would receive the funds before the other subrecipients. Yes.
Copy. So just want to make sure that's clear. So as we start to talk about it, that
question of clear.
Yeah, that's kind of a big deal because this is not whether we get funding or don't get funding. It's how we get the funding and the speed that we get the funding, and then cutting out the middleman where sometimes dollars gets lost and when not as much comes to us. So thank you.
And Deputy Mayor Lyons, did you have or Councilmember Lyons, do you have a question of clarification or?
No, I'll hear the speakers first.
Okay. So with that, let's go to the speakers.
Molly Hentlian, followed by Ron Medak, and then Elena Thompson.
Council, Molly Hentlian, District 2. So I'm going to ask, why are we supporting this? It's not local control, the way I read it. It's a state-funded housing program through the continuum of care. How will we manage it? It's not part of our plans right now. I questioned the age-friendly survey and the workshops. I participated in them. And we've yet to see the survey results and how this relates to the this local support or this bill is that, yes, we need to have inclusionary housing and we need to hold the developers more accountable in building these apartment build-outs to have more diverse housing and more age-friendly or ADA compliant. What we have right now is an onslaught of large apartment complexes, and I question who's going to be able to live in these market rate apartments, and I question this bill. Thank you.
Ron Medoc, Liebenheim. I have the same concerns that Molly just voiced. When I read this bill in paragraph 4, quote, it says, quote, requires interested cities to commit to regionally coordinated action plans and adhere to state housing and encampment policies. So I'm all in favor of getting state money back. After all, that money is taken from us without our consent. There's a 5-letter verb for that, but I'm not going to use that word here. And that's great if we can get it back, but I'm not sure we'll be able to here. And I encourage you to go forward, but at the same time, look very carefully at what they're trying to impose on Encinitas. Thanks.
Hi, everyone. Elena Thompson. Yes, I'd like to comment on this legislative priority letter, too. This is kind of a small deal for you tonight, but at the same time, it has to do with your stance relative to the homeless situation. And that's been recently documented in the Homeless Action Plan. But the real issue with this letter is that this is supporting more bad policies out of Sacramento. Sacramento has wasted and burned through $28 billion of taxpayer money. And here we have another proposed piece of legislation turned law from Sacramento as a cure-all for the homeless situation. This is just more garbage piled on garbage that never worked. So we should not even be signing this letter, sending this letter in. We have other fish to fry, things to work on. And the main thing is, and I do differ with the topic of local control, because this would put Encinitas in this consortium of care. We would have to have reports to give back to the state on how we're using money, if we get money. It's just more strings attached to what we're trying to do here, and that's reduce and eliminate homelessness. So we have to get away from this housing first policy, not endorse more failed state policies, and not give out more money to homeless nonprofits operating in our town when we want to reduce homelessness. In fact, we need to put all of our chips in the San Diego Rescue Mission program, and if we find that doesn't work, we do something else. But let's not just throw paint on the wall, and that's what this letter does. So I urge you to just shred that letter and move on. Let's get on with the meeting tonight. Thank you.
Okay.
That concludes speakers on this item.
Okay, Councilmember Lyons.
I thought that I was like third in the list, so I guess people backed out. So what I'd like to point out is I know from sitting here over the last year or so with this city council and with public comment that there are folks in our community who have a mistrust or a lack of confidence in what the state is doing. So I've heard that very, very plain and clear. I'm hearing some of that tonight, so appreciate you coming. I think there's an opportunity here to clarify what this proposed legislature is, and what it does as far as addressing our strategic objectives. Really, it is streamlining of the process to connect to funds. In our strategic plan, we talk about finding ways to fund some of the strategic priorities we have. Some of our strategic priorities include looking at a regional focus for assistance with homeless action, with homeless housing, and with homeless services. And one way to achieve that is by telling our leaders at the state level that we like some of the things they're coming up with. And we, in this case, this one just completely aligns with several of our strategic objectives. supporting funding for local and regional supportive housing services, including funding for local and regional transitional housing programs, and also support programs and funding for housing opportunities for the homeless. In addition to that, it also presents an opportunity for streamlining our connection as a small community to those funds. So given that I see that there's lots of opportunities here that might present additional funding and also additional streamlining for us in the future, I would really hope that, that we can move this forward and approve this item. So I'll move for approval.
Okay, and Deputy Mayor O'Hara.
So I'm at odds with this letter, and really back and forth on it. I think it'd be great to ask the Assistant City Manager a few questions to kind of go through it here. We had a pretty good discussion about this earlier. So within this, I think one of the concerns that I had was, you know, they call it local control, yet when I read into it, it says, shall comply with each of the following: adopt the resolution, commit to participating in regionally coordinated homeless action plan, directs the mayor to sign a memorandum of understanding. All of those things, to me, say we're giving our right to our local control away. How does this? Where is that? Too far of a dive in this? Is where? What would you respond to that?
We're very early on in the legislative process with this bill being introduced. So yes, but looking forward and looking at some of the eligibility requirements, you are accurate in that, you know, small cities under 300,000, adopting a resolution, compliant housing element, and then looking at a local encampment policy. The partnership with the Regional Task Force on the Homeless already exists between the city and the COC. So the participation in the annual point in time count and the use of the HMIS, so the system in and of itself that's providing us the quality data. And to the third speaker's point, that talking about the success that the San Diego Rescue Mission is having with that direct day-to-day impact on helping our homeless population in town, all of that data is captured within the HMIS. So in essence, we're already doing and following those items, that process moving forward. It essentially moves us up on the ladder, if you will. So now instead of having to participate and actively work with the subrecipients to request some of these funds, we're putting ourselves in a position to request it, and then we pick who we partner with moving forward. Yeah. But to your point, and looking forward, acknowledging the letter of support or even signing and approving it and sending it in does not mandate our participation in this process. Because assuming it goes forward and we don't want to participate in an MOU or do anything like that, it doesn't change what we're already doing right now. We're still going to move forward with actively using and participating in the HMIS. We're still likely going to participate in the point in time count. So those things don't change.
And so in that case, this letter itself is not a form of an MOU.
Correct.
Right. It's other questions involved in this are the discussion of having adopted local encampment policy. I know that's going to make a lot of residents think it's being directed. We're being directed in a certain direction. That definitely brings concern. I think the biggest thing I want to make clear, and this is per our discussions on this, or my questions rather earlier, are that this is a letter to have that opportunity to be one of the first groups to have access to this money if we want it, right? And so I support that. Where I'm struggling with is I struggle with the fact that this comes out and says it supports what we've done as a state on our housing plan. I think we've been a failure. We've lost $25 billion. I think the number actually is $24 billion that asked for an audit and refused. And so I have a hard time putting my trust in the state in this area. I think as a city, I think we're on the right path. I don't know if the state is on the right path, if it's okay to say that. So I'm torn on this. And I don't know if I don't know, even though I think the letter itself doesn't commit us to anything, the letter doesn't doesn't verify itself as an MOU with the mayor signing MOU, I'm not so sure it doesn't endorse bad policy, and that's where I'm struggling with this. So I don't know how I'm going to vote, but I think it's important to make sure that whatever way I vote, it's separate of the standing of what I think of as state policy at this moment, and I want to make sure that I would love if there's a way to write that in here. I don't think there is, but if there was, that would be something to take into account. Just make you careful that we're not endorsing something that probably hasn't been very kind to Encinitas and probably hasn't been very kind to the taxpayers. I'll rest for now.
Okay, and I'll hop in here. So I think you and Deputy Mayor O'Hara's points were right along the lines. This is just giving us quicker access to money if, and it's a big if we choose to go. So I know we have Patty here. Patty, as far as if we in the future were to make a decision to go for money, that's when any collateral agreement would have to be executed, correct? As part of this, even if this bill passes, there's no mandatory agreement, MOU, we have to sign committing ourselves to follow the policies of the state, so to speak. Is that correct? It's really not until whatever money comes out.
Correct. As Deputy City Manager James indicated, we already have to comply with RTFH standards because we are in HMIS. And as he indicated, this actually does give us more control, and it would help us better direct policy because we are right now, we don't receive any money from RTFH. They get to do and operate as they see fit. Whereas if we would be the recipient of the money immediately, we could determine how we allocate and spend the funds. And just to address the encampment issue, we already have to comply with state law on how we abate encampments. So we already have procedures in place to do that because of state law. So I don't see that as adding any additional criteria on us. We have to do that, and we do have procedures in place. So I see that as really us having money given to us immediately gives us more local control to direct our policy and how we can efficiently address homeless services.
Yeah, and that's why I thought this was appropriate to go forward with, because it gives us direct access to that money as opposed to very, very indirect access through the continuum of care. And so I'll be supporting it because I don't see it. But in the future, when we come to individual grant opportunities, that we'll look very closely at. So with that, I'll yield to Councilmember Schaefer.
Well, I just want to say thank you, Patty, for kind of summing that up. It's not that we're going to have encampments. It's our policy of how we remove them and the way we go through this. It's not, and to have the option for the money, and I get that we don't want to go against, or we don't want to start encouraging bad policy being created. I don't think this is in that vein, and I do think that it gives us actually more control, which is what we've done with San Diego Rescue Mission and giving us those types of controls and expanding that and really kind of doing the Encinitas way. We didn't have to take the ARP money to build the senior center. We did that back in 2002. We just did it on our own. So if we choose not to use it, that's another story on the individual grants. However, it's better to have the option to use it since we're already doing it. And I suspect even in this last year, we're starting to lead the way in some of the way that we do this anyway. So I think this is a hyper advantage as we continue to lead the way, that if we do use this money or we do the due diligence, as we will, through the next grant process, it actually would come out there where they're trying to sneak around in legislative abilities to handcuff, for no better term. So that's all I have in supporting.
And I forgot, anybody interested in seconding? We have a motion on the table.
Second.
Okay. And then I've got Councilmember San Antonio.
I'm super wary of the state and what they try to put down, hand down to us. I mean, obviously, housing's hard enough, and now we've got to deal with this another legislative issue that comes down towards us. So for me, I guess I'll just wait and see if the vote goes. But I'm definitely wary of. I understand that it does. And Patty, I know you're a very intelligent woman, and you know your job, so I do trust you very much. But I just have to put it out there that I'm very wary of where the state mandate's going to go or where the state legislation is going to go.
So with that, I have no more speakers. I'll call the question.
extension from Deputy Mayor O'Hara.
Wait. Oh, yeah. Okay, that takes us to item, which one? 8F. Which is a memorandum of understanding between the City of Encinitas and Encinitas Environment Day for a community special event at the Encinitas Community Park. And how many people? Four, okay. So let's go ahead and do a quick staff report.
Good evening, and thank you, Mayor and City Council. I promise it's only 4 slides, or 5 slides, but 4 speaking. Recommended action, approve and authorize the MOU between the City of Encinitas and the Encinitas Environment Day for the EcoFest event to be held at the Encinitas Community Park on Sunday, June 28th, 2026 from 12 to 4. The recommended action aligns with the City Council's strategic goals, including leadership and stewardship of our environment, shoreline, and open space. This is in addition to the city's Arbor Day event in the spring and the Sustainable Solutions Fair in the fall. Encinitas Environment Day is a nonprofit whose stated mission is to inspire purposeful action, promoting sustainability, environment, economic, and social justice in Encinitas and the San Diego North County. EED provides fundamental tools and resources across all generations through education and creative engagement. They raise funds for their annual environmental event with a budget of $17,000 approximately. The board is all volunteer. All funds raised are used in support of the event. They have held this event since 2005. The event is free to the public. As an event sponsor, the city would waive the event permit fee and meeting room rental fee, estimated at $1,240. The city would also provide extra restroom cleaning and waste management during the event at an expected cost of about $1,800. In 2025, this event was sponsored by the Encinitas Chamber of Commerce, San Diego Community Power, and EDCO. I Love Clean San Diego is committed to supporting the event. The city will have 3 vendor booths as part of the MOU. We plan to host an arts project in 1 booth promoting parks, recreation, and cultural arts, and 1 booth for sustainability. The proposed EcoFest 2026 will be a free event that is expected to have approximately 80 environmental-related vendors, live music, children's contests and activities, local artisan market and entertainment. The event plans to provide community information on cycling and alternate transportation, zero waste education, and alternate transportation. And gladly answer any questions.
I see none I've got one.
Sorry,
Councilmember Lyons.
I didn't go fast enough. Dave, do you happen to have information on how many what the attendance has been in the past? Last year's attendance at EcoFest?
Last year, the mayor and myself both attended the event. I don't know if anybody else had the opportunity. There was another event nearby, and there was also, weather was pretty poor. Attendance was not what it has been in the past. I don't have a number, but I don't think we were in the thousands last year. But in previous years, they've had higher numbers.
Yeah, okay.
Well, there were at least 2 of us there.
Yeah, there were.
I was not able to go
family, yes.
this last year, and I always go if I can. So I'm recalling years before last year. Then I didn't realize we had a bad weather day last year. But I am recalling years before last year, and it's just been bustling with people and kids. Now, I don't know if you have any. You said there was more in prior years. Do you have any idea what those numbers were?
I don't, but we have a representative, I believe, is one of the speakers.
Okay. Thank you, Dave.
Okay, if there are no other questions, let's go to public.
Molly Hantlian, followed by Natalie Satoon, Leah Strell, and then Mark O'Connor.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, Molly Henley in District 2. I was probably number 3 person who attended last year's EcoFest. So I kind of think, don't we have a lot of other events that Dave just alluded to that maybe we should consolidate efforts? I have concerns about this partnership as it outlines a lot of asks of the city. If you look more detailed to their list of asks, they're asking for a couple of months of use of the community center for meetings, staff time, park time, and then they're charging vendors to participate. So I think this might be an opportunity to look at not doing this MOU and consolidate this effort with a bigger city project where we're consolidating these events. I'm not against the concept of an EcoFest fair, but the list of asks and the responsibility of the city is much larger. And if we could hire a vendor to run an EcoFest for us and actually charge for our time and get our money back with the vendors who participate. So I have concerns. I sent some of my concerns to the city manager and a chief because I was concerned that the vendor has had a lot of name changes. I couldn't find any financials on them. And I just don't know if we vetted it as what are we getting out of it and how much time the city is going to pay for it. So if you could, the list of asks as far as banners, advertising, so that's a large ask for us to be supporting the promotion of this event. Banners, the letters to all the neighboring residents to the park, promote EcoFest on the website, produce banners, keep scrolling. This is a long list. From a marketing standpoint, it's not a small ask of the city just to, hey, can we use the park in exchange? We're gonna run all these items, so that's my concern. Thank you.
Natalie Satoon Cardiff. Actually have a similar concern, just like Molly, and I've been here to the podium a few times concerning this with staff recommendations on MOUs, and maybe about a month ago or 6 weeks ago, the city manager and I had a conversation about this. I actually object to the MOU and reiterate my request following our recent conversation that the council not be presented with recommendations that have not been thoroughly vetted. And there are some issues with this particular MOU as far as the address and financials. So I feel like this is deceitful to the council to bring this forward to you. And I feel like it's deceitful to the taxpayers to do this when staff is bringing things that have not been researched and you all don't have the benefit of deliberation. So I feel like we need to take a better stance on vetting our community partners and who we partner with, not just on social media, but also where our tax dollars go and our efforts go. So thank you.
Leah? Call me first, please. Mark, and then Leah?
We're together. So I'm Mark O'Connor. I've been associated with EcoFest for over 5 years. I'm here with Leah Estrella, board member. So we're here to represent EcoFest and answer any questions that you have. We are in support of it. One of the things that we look forward to, and I think was at one of the last times this MOU came up, was Deputy Mayor O'Hara was talking about saving funding, and we look forward with the relationship we're building with I Love a Clean San Diego And hopefully that relationship of funding is going to blend in to eventually make this a very more cost-effective event for the city. But we're in that learning curve right now of how to blend those two organizations together and have a successful Earth Fair for the city. So we're here for questions if you have any. I think there was some on attendance. It was pretty poor. I thought we built one of the nicest EcoFests last year at the park, but we were competing with Fiesta del Sol and a bad weather day, and I don't know if our attendance made 500 or 600 at best. And in past years, it's probably been up to 1,200. We are downsizing this year to a different area of the park, less booths, less vendors, more intimate, more fun and close versus the big layout we had at the whole soccer field, basically, last year. So we're hoping to be even a funner, more intimate little get-together for people. Were there a couple other questions that I heard?
Why don't we let,
Sure.
you both going to talk or just
No,
one?
we're here to answer questions, so.
Anybody have, I have one question if nobody does. So Mark, you and I had talked about the possibility of combining, I'm looking, we have several environmental events, and last year when we looked at the attendance, and I think you're being kind at 500.
Thank you. There's 3, 4, 5.
200 maybe, and yeah, including the vendors.
Okay.
Not even then, but it's admirable, and we want to continue it. But is there an opportunity to combine it with things like cyclovia or other environmental? I don't know. Arbor Day may be a stretch, and I think we talked about that. Has there been any discussion to that effect? In other words.
Yes, that was, I thought.
And the reason to combine is to get more groups all on the same environmental theme for Encinitas and have bigger crowds.
Yes, that was a great point to make, and it was kind of broached. I Live a Clean San Diego seemed to be a natural one with their sustainability fair. It's kind of the same thing that we're doing. Why have 2 events in a year? We did reach out to staff and mention the fact we would love to be with Cyclovia, side street, a little smaller. We don't need to be 80 booths. We could be back to 15 or 20 in a side area, because that is a premier event that is biking, climate change, all the things that are important to our CAP. We can downsize because we are working with the sustainability manager what booths would actually support the CAP work that's being done in the city and focus on that, those kind of vendors and booths to help do that. So we did, but that's out of our hands when we mentioned to staff of where we see the direction going. This right now with I Live a Clean San Diego, hopefully combining the event, is where we are this year. But it didn't get any traction to go with Cyclovia, and I think Arbor Day would be a great one to bring in too. We're actually in the park area where Arbor Day has been held before.
Yeah.
So those are great ideas to put us all together.
Okay, so I think you answered that question. So any other questions of the applicant? I guess applicant in this case.
Okay, yeah, I do. Thank you, Mayor. So it occurs to me, I've known about EcoFest for quite some time. And you've operated it independently in the past without outreaching to the city for partnership. That's how I think of it, actually, as it's really grassroots. And through the evolution, so correct me if I'm wrong, so this is my question. Through the evolution of EcoFest, it's evolved from kind of on its own and doing it, making all the decisions, to looking for partners over time. Could you respond to that?
I would say the corporate history is something like that, but I think the city has been involved since the very first one with providing a location, at least, for the event. And then based on that relationship, it has gotten a bigger relationship, as you see with posters or signs or the mailing out to people, notices and things like that.
Has it always been located on city property? I'm thinking back when it was on Leech Tag.
We did, yes, it was there. And then Fox
Yeah.
Point Farms one year.
That's right.
Yes.
So different types of relationships over time. But some of what I believe, has happened is you could operate by yourself. You have in the past. I don't know. I'm not privy to what you talk about on the board, so maybe you've made the decisive decision to partner with people now, and you wouldn't operate independently. But if the city's option, if the city is telling you, and by the way, I'm not in favor of this, but if the city's telling you, well, we'll only support you if you combine with another activity we have, and that doesn't work for your vision and mission, I would just say do what you need to do.
So far as a board, it does.
Okay.
Working and combining and being part of the city and being one big event, if that's what happens, yes, we're more than happy to do that at this point.
Just one more question then. I understand, tell me if I'm wrong, that the objective of EcoFest is to integrate artists and cultural expression as well as the natural ecology and recycling and the broader environmental objectives. It's not solely environment, but it's called EcoFest, so there might be that. Can you help Mark with that?
Sure. My background is with Surfrider, the nonprofit that protects the oceans, and Leah is actually our artistic director of the event. So if you wanted to talk a little bit about the things that we put on that are different from the environment, drum, Native American openings, poetry slam.
Well, we've always been trying to bring environmental awareness and responsibility to the people. And this is all put on by the community. These are community members coming up with vital economic solutions to share. It's changing now. I see it. I see it with the council that it's a little bit more of a struggle. And, you know, what can I say here? You know, I've been on this since 2014, every year, and it wasn't as challenging. But the cultural significance of being environmentally responsible, to me, is integral to our future, the health of our future. So it's a little late in the game for us to put this event on if it gets pulled, we don't get our MOU. But certainly working with I Love a Clean San Diego and the city is wonderful for the community. I don't know if I'm answering your questions.
Yeah, well, thank you. I appreciate that. I know you're an artist. We've spoken about that, and you make the tie between art and nature, and it's a very personal fit for you. Thank you for that.
Right. But it's economics too. To me, it's making EDCO run smoothly, zero waste. These are new words and concepts for people, and the children really appreciate this. You know, the families really appreciate just a day in the park, learning about positive solutions that we can help bring a vital future. That's
Mayor, that's it for questions, but I still want to stay in the queue for, okay.
So
Jim had some
yeah, I
questions.
just have a
too.
question. Can you clarify the confusion on your address? Currently online, it says that your address is the community park. Please.
I've had a conversation this afternoon with Therese Keith, their director. And so a couple different steps here. One, their only website is their event. They don't have a specific website for themselves. It's for the thing. So they list the address of the park where their event's going to be. We talked about the confusion that created, and she made me aware that she will correct that. The website will have an event address, and they will put a mailing address on the website to add to it. Their address is 1859 Autumn Place.
Okay, that helps a lot. Otherwise, we'd be hard pressed to make an MOU with a company that doesn't have an address.
100%.
Okay, appreciate the clarification on that.
I think that's the questions of clarification, so thank you. And we'll, Councilmember Lyons, you wanted to speak.
So I'd like to ask Dave here a question about the cost to the city. I was reading the materials and understand what I'm reading in the materials. I would come to my own conclusion that this cost, which is captured in the fiscal considerations, the cost to the city is $300 for a room rental fee and $940. Wait, I'm sorry, special event permit. I didn't have my glasses on. And then a total of $940 for use of city facilities, plus $1,800 for the use of equipment, promotions, which would be those banners, recycling, waste management, and restroom services, everything you would like rely on the city for. You've articulated the pricing here with those two things. Is that the extent of what it would cost the city?
We will have staff there because we give out the booth. We get to use the booths, so
Yes.
it's not added expense. So my staff will be there promoting Pacific View and arts in a booth space.
And we get those booth spaces at no cost to the city, whereas others are charged for them.
Correct. They charge between $30 and $100 for a booth, depending on the size and the placement. We have seen in the past that we get full size of a booth, and we've been in a corner, which is a good spot.
So it looks like our price is somewhat, a little bit under $3,000 to help support this EcoFest, especially this year when I believe it sounds like they were hoping and counting on getting this MOU in order to proceed. And if it doesn't go through this year, then they may be in a real bind for figuring out how to proceed. For $3,000, it seems like there's a lot of things that this achieves for us. We have a pretty extensive educational program associated with educating our community about many things. And I know the city manager and we've talked about a few things that are in the environmental arena. For instance, we have a ban, an ordinance that prohibits gas leaf blowers. And it's time for that, to get that word out to the public. There are people who are observing more people using the gas leaf blowers because they don't remember that we have that ordinance. So it's time to get that information out to the public so they are reminded that we do have that ordinance, and there can be some penalties and for using gas leaf blowers. Along those lines are plastics ordinances that prohibit the use of different types of plastics. So we do have a lot of environmental education information that the city is looking to get out anyway. The fact that we might have a venue with 100, 200, 500 people where we can be available and communicate and educate them, this is where they would come to learn this kind of thing. I think there's a value there that we haven't captured here for the city, that if we're looking at the cost of this to the city, we should look at both sides of the equation. What is the value for us to be present and to communicate our environmental information and help our citizens to navigate and understand and do better in the community as far as preserving our quality of water, quality of the environment, and quality of our ecology. So I just want to make the point that the cost seems small to me and the value seems big. I would like to move to approve this item.
Okay, Deputy Mayor O'Hara.
Okay, so where to start? So just to be clear, it is much more than $3,000 for this event. Just for, if you go to line 6, 3 banners, 150 posters, and we give away the permit for banner signs. So that is about a $650 line that isn't mentioned in here. Staff time, community center use, you're starting to push up another couple $1,000 pretty easy right there. So we're closing in on $10,000. So let's not just look at just what's here. And I think that's kind of where I stumble in this process, right? As far as looking at this application. I don't see any numbers provided, and I think this is not the first time this has happened. I don't see attendance. I don't see costs. I don't see reach of the event, how many people came, what was the social media reach, were the newspapers there, a media kit, which are really like full event, robust event. We'll be able to provide that when we make an MOU with them. I don't know that you need to consolidate. I know I can see your vision of it. I don't have any doubt that both of you, just knowing you over the years, really care about the environment. And I remember when this was called Environmental Day. And I think the community needs this day. So I'm going to make a backup motion. And I'll explain it. But my backup motion is to give you a couple of weeks and to come back here with this, with your numbers and with the presentation of what the event is, kind of help the event grow up into what it can be and the vision of it. Then we can help you more. I think you should charge more for your booths, personally. If you want my opinion on how to get the event, you can meet with me and we'll talk about it. But I think it's time for this event to grow up, and I think you're the people to do it, and that requires taking that next step. So my replacement motion would be to come back in 2 weeks, look at this MOU with the additional information that we want you to have, so we can all say yes. I'm going to rest. I think that's pretty clear. I hope that's helpful to you.
Okay, I'm up next.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, I've got a motion and a second. And I have to admit, I was going along the same lines, thinking the same thing, that we just need a little more information. I think we all support it, and we all want to make it better. And I want to differentiate between the event that as you have it now and had it last year and the year before and the many years before, and a long-term success strategy. My discussion about combining was if we needed to do that as a long-term success strategy. You know, we want to maximize the reach, maximize, the goal is to get the word out to as many people as possible about the opportunities and for sustainability and environmental care, and that's been the goal, I think, all along of EcoFest and Encinitas Environment Day, or what it was called a long time ago. But I do see I think a better estimate, total estimate of cost would be helpful to me. Either if it's possible to get attendance, but at least a plan for how we're going to measure attendance this year. And then I would throw one more in there, is addressing the Molly's point about the address, the physical address of the organization. Something in the MOU that says the physical address of the organization is, and this will be reflected on all any place you list an address, it'll be that address. Other than the event location is the event location, but the organization has this address. So I would look for clarification in the MOU, so that if it doesn't happen, we have an MOU to fall back on contractually. So I'm in support of the motion on the table. I would ask one question of staff: whether does the 2 weeks make it impossible for them to meet their event timing? And we may have to ask them that question too.
I mean, I'm sure every day at this point matters to plan an event that is a few months out. I can't speak for that organization, but there's little in a 2-week period for us that we're holding back. I mean, that may be one meeting at the community center. The stuff the city is providing is later in the process.
Yeah, and I'm just asking if they don't have an MOU coming out of this meeting tonight, and they get it by March 25th, does that preclude? And maybe it's a question for Leah and for Mark. If you can come up, and I think we're headed down a success path.
We have to really get going to get it together with another 2 weeks passing. But if that's what it takes, then I'm sure we'll do our best.
Okay. I think I would like to see the same information that Jim said, and so if that doesn't preclude it, then I definitely support it. So thank you. And with that, I'll yield to,
Okay, so forgive me. So you're saying 2 weeks. Do we have to have another council meeting to get approved for an MOU, so that could be a couple months down the way.
No. Well, we're saying we'll be back date certain on March 25th. March 25th, we have a meeting, we'll be here, and we ask for three things: addressing the physical address in the MOU, an estimate, a estimate that takes into account for the cost, including things like foregone fees, just so we see whether it's $3,000 or $10,000, and then some method either of measuring future attendance or giving us what the past attendance was. In other words, we as the have a fiduciary responsibility for the taxpayers, right? And we want to know that they're getting value and getting exposure for money we're spending. And
Right. Well,
five
thank you.
to 10,000 isn't a huge number, but we still have responsibility. So, and part of this, the cost estimate would be primarily coming from staff. The attendance, I would ask you to work with staff and figure out, how do we do a good estimate of how many people are there? And then long term, we want to see that build and make it a huge success. So with that, Council Member Lyons.
Thank you. I have a couple things to say, but the first is a clarification. Because we have costs identified in our fiscal considerations in the item, I always interpret that as, well, if we're saying up to $1,800, the city will expend up to $1,800. That's all we'll expend, correct?
In the next report, we can take a deeper dive.
Well, the point is, I know you have other funding. You're not relying on the city for everything. You do fundraising. You have other partners. So, some things may cost more, but they're not asking the city to foot the whole bill.
Yes. I think the question was how much the number I put out versus the question was about staff. Like there is a staff cost that they work. It's part of our operating budget, and there were some of those questions that we'll bring back, and we can totally with what was asked for. We can provide most of that information. We'll work with you to take care of it.
I feel like if we go forward with this, and I see there's 3 people supporting it, then we're really picking on this truly loved group. You guys are grassroots. You do a lot of volunteer work. The community has loved this event for decades. We're putting you in a bind. I'm sorry. I'm truly, truly sorry. We do lots of things like this, like Dog Days of Summer, partner with the city. We don't have to demonstrate a lot. We just say, this is how much the city will do. I just think this is irresponsible.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Yeah, I wasn't going to speak. Now, I understand where Councilmember Lyons is, but the fact is, I think this is prudent. We just had a conversation with the Heritage Tree people this week, same thing. And I think Councilmember O'Hara or Deputy Mayor O'Hara said it eloquently, like that we just need to, this is an event that could be much bigger, actually. And maybe we're not thinking big enough and not actually putting in and growing up. And these are the things that we require from everybody we work with. And if we just keep it there, I don't think we'd be doing you guys justice. We're saying that we want it to go the other way. We want it to grow up. We want to support you. But it's kind of one of those things, it's just like your kid. They've got to help themselves. You know what I'm saying? They've got to, and this is part of that. And since we're here now and it's before the event, it sounds like you guys have other funding. This isn't going to be the end-all be-all to whether the thing goes through. You see where we are. We want it to happen. Let's just go back through and make sure that this year we get all of the required information here before the event. It's like briefing before you have the event, and then you come back from the event, and then we can clean it up and go, oh, this is where we could have improved, and back to the full field. Hopefully, that's where we want to be. We don't want to be off in the corner, smaller every year, and it maybe incorporating. I'm not going to get into how you guys do it, but I am in a. I think it's actually a benefit to you guys. It might be a little bit of a jump through a couple hoops in the next 2 weeks. You can still plan accordingly. and get this done. And like I said, high confidence that by the time we come back, this is going to go through. So.
Yeah, and so I mean, I'll just Councilmember Lyons, I'm going to go back. I'm going to point at .6 on here, and that by itself is a $650 cost that the city takes in addition. Nobody here, I don't think anybody on is disputing we're happy with that or we care, but we have other groups pay for these things, and so we want to make this event better. We want to be fair to everybody. I love that you mentioned Dog Days. Dog Days is another great event in the same venue. If you go to Cardiff 101, you will find a P&L sheet that is spotless, down to every dime. And that's how that's how these events grow. If you start a business, you take notes of it. You have a P&L sheet. You follow it through, and you want to grow. And that's how you know if you're growing or not, if you go in the right direction, if things are working. I would actually suggest you reach out to Cardiff 101 and ask them. I think it's a great example by Councilmember Lyons to talk to them. I'm happy to make an introduction if it'll help. I think this is, to Councilmember Shaver's point, this is about an event we want to see not just successful this year. We don't want to give you an MOU, have you run off and do it. I want to set you up. I think everybody else here wants to set you up to have the best event this year, a better event next year, and put yourself in the position to look at things, what worked, what didn't work, how do we move forward in the future and have this thing blow up. And I think it's important to start on the right foot. And so that's where I'm sitting with this. I hear voices up here, very happy to help you with it. But this is actually because we want you to succeed. I don't want you to take it any other way. This is about your success, not about anything else.
Okay, so I've got no more speakers. I've got a substitute motion, which if the clerk would read
Be my
back,
pleasure.
please.
On a substitute motion made by Deputy Mayor O'Hara and seconded by Councilmember Schaefer to direct the EE Day to return on March 25th with additional information regarding the MOU, including the physical address of their nonprofit, a full estimate of total cost, and then also a plan to measure attendance, and then also, if possible, previous attendance.
I think that the motion maker and seconder agree. That's good. Okay, with that, we'll call a question.
I would add a media kit to that.
Media kit?
The media kit gives them the ability to say, here are some pictures of the event. Here are some things. It's what packages it all together. It allows them to touch the loose ends that they think are important beyond the numbers we're asking for.
We didn't talk about that, but could you for this year let that one slide and just get to I'm just trying to get through this thing.
I'll let it slide.
It's an idea that Jim will help you on in the future.
Certainly.
So without the addition, motion second, call a question.
That motion carries 4-1 with Councilmember Lyons voting no.
Okay, that moves us on to item 8J. Which is award a construction contract to Eagle Paving LLC for the fiscal year 25-26 pavement rehabilitation project. And contact person is Engineer 2 Solomon.
Mayor, real quickly, the public speaker does not wish to have a staff report, does not need.
Okay,
So,
you're off the hook. Is there only one?
There's one.
One, okay.
If I had known it was all of you, I would have tried to tell you I didn't need the report. Sorry.
That's fine.
I do need, I have my slides though? So this bid, I have no issue with this bid being approved, but I want to talk about the process by which we do this bid, because this happens every year. And I think we're setting ourselves up for problems in the future. We just escaped it this year. The problem comes from the fact that we award the bid based on the lowest base bid. But the nature of this project is that there are add-ons that basically we choose based on how much money we have, right? This year, we had enough money only for a A1 through AA4, right? And so we're okay because the Eagle paving is the lowest, barely, but they are the lowest by 1% for just the base through AA4. But if we had had enough money for AA5, they would not have been the lowest. Then they would have been 4.7 million and RJ Noble would have been 4.6 million, but we would have still been obligated to award Eagle Paving the bid because of the way we wrote it. And we don't have to write it that way. The California Public Contract Code, this is 10-126C1 through 3. Okay, this specifies how these bids need to be written. It's a complicated statute. This is just the relevant part of it. This is what we do. This is the base. The lowest bid shall be the lowest bid price on the base contract. But the way this type of contract is set up, we really should be using this, which says the lowest bid should be the total of the things we choose up to the amount of money we set aside. That's really what fits this type of project the best. And I know that this happens every year. We're going to do it in another couple of months. It'll be the next cycle. In December, it'll go out for bid again. I wanted to flag this now because when I was looking at this, I caught that if we had done through AA5, we would have cost ourselves money unnecessarily. That's my only point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And did staff want to comment on the lowest responsible bid type of?
Yeah, absolutely. Dan Nutter, Director of Engineering. So Mr. Gunnell makes a very good point about the California Public Contracting Code. I appreciate the input and information. And that is something that all agencies in California abide by. Doing this for over 20 years now, and the main way that most agencies will address this would be the way that we're doing it. Now, there are benefits and drawbacks to utilizing any of the three available public contracting code subsections, so A, B, and C. They all have, as I mentioned, they all have their benefits, they all have their drawbacks, and within the public industry, we over time have determined that going with A really is the most beneficial. So there are some issues and concerns with number 3. You do have to provide the budget that you plan on utilizing. That does tend to give contractors the ability to say, I want to make sure that I have my bid within just a certain dollar amount. Without us saying this is exactly what we're going to spend, the contractors truly have to give us their lowest dollar amount. Going with subsection A, it gives the city the ability to determine which ad alternates we may or may not want to move forward with. Now, we know for sure we want to move forward with our base bid. That's why we always make sure that it is based off the base bid. We may only award the base bid. So what happens in industry is contractors tend to like to game the system a little bit. That might mean they give you a really good base bid, but they really hurt you on some of the ad alternates. My experience, and a lot, I'd say the vast majority of agencies, their experience has also shown that going with subsection A is the most prudent, gives the cities the most ability and flexibility to move forward. So that's why we do it, and that's why we've done it in this case.
Okay, and I'll entertain a motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
And do I have a second? Second. You got a motion and a second. Any other comments? I don't see any. Call a question.
Thanks, Dan.
Motion carries unanimously and takes us to item 10A.
There we go. Okay, this is a public hearing to consider funding requests for fiscal year 26-27 Community Development Block Grant Program. And the management contact person is Management Analyst Schubert. I need to. Did I get one? It's buried somewhere in the pages here. Sorry about that. Okay, this being a public hearing, we will start out with a staff report, and then I will ask for disclosures, and then we'll do preliminary questions, followed by opening public comment. We will then continue the public hearing to April 15th. We will not close it, and then we'll have council discussion. So with that, we'll start with the staff report.
All right. Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and City Council members. It's my pleasure to bring this item before you tonight to consider funding recommendations for fiscal year 2026-27 Community Development Block Grant activities, otherwise known as CDBG program. The City of Encinitas has been a recipient of CDBG since 1990 and receives an annual allocation from HUD to support programs benefiting low and moderate income residents. Staff is recommending fiscal year 2026-27 funding allocations totaling approximately $273,000 for public services, program administration, and housing rehabilitation activities. Recommended funding supports youth services, senior services, homelessness prevention, fair housing services, and rehabilitation of affordable housing. City Council review tonight begins the process for adoption of the fiscal year 2026-27 annual action plan, which upon council direction will return to council following a 30-day public review period. There are to eligible for funding, all programs and activities must meet one of three national objectives, be an eligible use of funds, and meet a city priority as identified in the city's 5-year consolidated plan approved by City Council in April of 2025. The three key documents required by HUD are, the first is the consolidated plan itself, which says what the city's goals are and guides the city in its use of the CDBG funds. On April 16th, 2025, City Council approved the fiscal year 2025 through 29 con plan. Next is the annual action plan, which focuses on what the city is going to do with the funds in the upcoming year related to programs and projects, as well as how it will achieve the goals set in the con plan and anticipated outcome of the activities. Lastly is the consolidated annual performance and evaluation report, which we call the CAPER, is submitted annually after the close of each program year to show how the city did on their outcomes. The reporting ensures transparency and accountability related to the use of the funds. The fiscal year 2026-27 CDBG estimated award for the City of Encinitas is approximately $273,000. Funds are generally divided into three main categories. First, public services are programs that directly assist specific populations. It is important to note that the funding cap for the public services is 15% of the total annual grant. Second, planning and administration, which includes fair housing services, is limited to 20%. Lastly, other, which can include facility improvement, public infrastructure, or residential rehabilitation. There's no funding cap for this category. As part of the annual CDBG funding process, staff issued a request for proposals in January of 2026. Current and previous subrecipients were notified. An advertisement was placed in the Coast News and on the city's website. The RFP noticed the availability of funds and the opportunity to submit responses for eligible programs and activities. Applications were available between January 5th and January 29th, 2026, with a public workshop on January 12th. 5 applications were received and evaluated based on alignment with the consolidated plan priorities, ability to serve Encinitas residents, compliance with federal CDBG requirements. Funding recommendations reflect HUD program caps. The 5 requests received totaled approximately $73,400. Because of the public service category is limited to approximately $40,900 or 15% of the approximate grant, the recommended amounts for the Community Resource Center, Meals on Wheels, and Boys and Girls Clubs are less than what was requested. Staff is not recommending funding for Interfaith Shelter Network due to overlap with existing regional homeless shelter and navigation services currently serving Encinitas residents. The requested amount of approximately $54,000 or 20% for planning and administration is recommended. It is also recommended that the Development Services Department receive the requested amount of approximately $177,000 for the residential rehabilitation program. With support from the City Council, staff expanded the residential rehabilitation program to provide assistance to deed-restricted, affordable, multifamily rental properties. Historically, the program served only owner-occupied homes, but this expansion allows the city to also support the preservation of existing affordable rental housing. The purpose of the Affordable Multifamily Preservation Program, or AMP, is to preserve and reinvest in the city's affordable multifamily rental housing stock. Many deed-restricted properties operate with limited rental income due to affordability requirements, which can make it difficult for owners to fund major repairs and ongoing reinvestment. This program helps ensure these properties remain safe, well-maintained, and available to lower-income households over the long term. Through this expansion, the city provides forgivable loans to fund health and safety repairs, address deferred maintenance, improve energy efficiency, and implement accessibility upgrades. These improvements help maintain the livability and long-term viability of the city's affordable rental housing. Eligible applicants include nonprofit housing organizations and private owners of qualifying deed-restricted affordable housing properties that serve households at or below 80% of the area median income. Staff requests council approval to authorize the reallocation of a portion of the residential rehabilitation program funds if no qualified applicants are identified by the end of the calendar year 2026 to other eligible capital improvement projects that are consistent with CDBG regulations. Providing this flexibility ensures that CDBG funds are timely expended and continue to advance the city's community development and housing objectives. The draft annual action plan will be available from March 13th through April 13th, 2026 for public review and comment. The annual action plan can be viewed on the city's website or at Development Services Department. To conclude, staff recommends that the City Council authorize the allocation of CDBG funds for eligible activities outlined in Attachment 1 and in the analysis section of the agenda report for incorporation into the draft fiscal year 2026-27 annual action plan, and continue the public hearing to April 15th, 2026, to gather a public input prior to Council's consideration of the fiscal year 2026-27 annual action plan. This concludes the presentation. I'm available for questions.
Okay, and first I'll go through and ask council to disclose any other information they've received that is not included in the staff report.
I have nothing to disclose.
I have nothing to disclose.
Nothing to disclose.
Nothing to disclose.
And I have nothing to disclose. I've got a preliminary question. I haven't seen anybody else, but I just want to go through the history and what we expect to get this year versus last year. And last year you answered this question very, very well. As far as back in 2021, 22, we had the grant was $356,000 and change, and it's been dropping 10 to 20,000 a year, and last year we were down to 273,000 and change, and so I would guess this year we might expect somewhere between that and 260,000. And my question is, I think you said 15% can be applied to the purposes like the CRC, Meals on Wheels, Boys and Girls Club, Interfaith, and so that pot is shrinking, but we have grossed it up, if you will, with general funds. There's nothing stopping us from other than availability of general funds, but the 15% limitation is only on the block grant, not on what we do with our money, correct?
Yeah, that is correct. Let me just add that our estimate for last year was 273, but our actual grant award for 25-26 was 287,000 and some change.
Oh.
So we estimated lower, we received higher.
Excellent. Okay, that explains some of the discrepancies. Yeah, cool. And then for just for reference, last year the total, including our general fund grossing up, we I believe gave 30,000 to CRC. We gave 10,000 to Meals on Wheels, and 15,000 to Boys and Girls Club. And then out of a different fund, not subject to that 15%, we did 20,000 for Legal Aid Society. Is that a good summary?
Yeah, that is correct.
Okay,
and
thank
the
you.
total general fund was just under $12,000.
Okay, very good. Thank you. With that, we will go to, I will open the public hearing. And do we take public hearing now?
Yep.
How many do we have?
We have three at
Three.
the moment.
Okay.
Molly Hantlian, followed by John Van Cleef, and then Natalie Satoon.
I must have gotten here early today. I've been the first speaker. Molly Hantlian, District 2. I was just, I always think of CBGBs. Sorry, I'm dating myself, the disco. The community grant program is great. I'd just like to see some new names that are applying for the community block grants. There should be a limit to how many consecutive years a nonprofit is awarded a grant, so as to allow other underserved nonprofits benefit. So I just feel like by continuing to give the same groups a grant, the grant isolates other needs for smaller nonprofits. And a great idea is we're looking at youth services in the Pacific View, that perhaps we're looking at making grants available for students, youth, and adults, senior citizens, to participate in our programs. Thank you.
Mary Ehlers, and member of the City Council. My name is John Van Cleef. I represent CRC here this evening. Want to thank you for the CDBG support, and we stand in support of staff's recommendation, and thank the mayor for offering to gross up already. Really appreciate that. But I think it's worth taking a look at 2025 so you can see the impact of the CDBG funding from the prior year. Total number of Encinitas served last year, these are heads of household, are 884. And then you can see the subpopulations broken down. Again, last year we saw an increase of the adult, senior, and seniors over the prior year. And so this continues to be our growing and most vulnerable population. Again, key with this is heads of household. Since between 2020 and 2025, we went from 900 visits per month to the CRC market to 1,600 visits per month to the CRC market, and we're seeing that kind of trended increase with food security happening still this year. Can we go to the next slide as well? Now, this was a fun dive into the data as I was looking at it. If you look at the bottom two numbers, First Light, that's food for today for chronically hungry folks, and then the Client Choice Pantry, clearly that equals more than 844. And so I did some dive into our data in looking at that. What that tells us is there was some matriculation between the First Light, where we're serving chronically hungry, to the Client Choice Pantry, people who are not homeless anymore, but still need the food pantry for support of their activities. A great example of the impact of this is somebody coming into being a resident in the domestic violence shelter. That person is homeless, and that person, as part of their support, receives food from the pantry. As they go through the program and move from being in that crisis stabilization and trauma stabilization, moving into their own housing, back into their housing, they may continue to receive support from the pantry while the balance of their life stabilizes. And so, really want to, we've heard about the conversation. We talked last year quite a bit about what's the efficacy of the program and how is this helping people move along. This really shows that there's a matriculation of about 140 households over the course of 2025 who matriculated from homelessness services, kind of day-to-day services, to client choice pantry where they're more stable and housed. So want to thank the City Council for this past support and the efficacy it's having. Thank you.
Natalie, are you here? Final speaker, looks like Elena Thompson.
Hi, Christy and Scott. Haven't seen you guys. Yeah, so basically, I think the program is merited. I agree with the prior speaker. I think we ought to look at maybe how we can redeploy some of these funds to other places. The Packview Kid program is a great one. You know, the key thing I saw in the staff report is that the funding is unknown. So to me, advancing a program before we have a commitment on funding in today's world is probably not a wise idea. So I would urge you to maybe pump the brakes on this and bring it back at a later date once we have a commitment. It's a bit like funding the Buena Vista shelter when we know the contract is running out and there's no more money. We wouldn't do that. And so I really appreciate your fiscal stewardship up there. I also think that there's a lot of overlap now. There's funding for food programs for the homeless who are here, and yet we're, again, trying to reduce those numbers. So maybe some accountability would be helpful in terms of who are those Encinitans. And what's so great about the Economic Development Committee is that we can get these people to work, right? So they don't need free food in the city. But basically, my other concern would just be if it takes a full staff member to manage this whole program. There's a whole lot of reporting for $272,000. And it seems like we could maybe just use some general fund money and get rid of the strings attached in these 80-page reports and streamline the program and just designate where we want those funds to go. So worthy of consideration. Thank you.
Okay, and then we'll go to council discussion. Anybody want to hop in? If not, I think the recommendation for funding at this point was how much for each one of the, I know it was zero for the,
Could you go to slide 7?
For interfaith, thank you.
So the recommended, our recommended amount for CRC is $25,388. Meals on Wheels, $6,206. Boys and Girls Club, $9,310, for a total of $40,904, which is our estimated 15% of the grant.
And I don't know where everybody else is, but where I would go initially is basically recreate the funding from last year. And offer to gross up the general fund like we did. So that would be $30,000 for CRC, based on whatever allocation you've got here with grossed up general funds, $10,000 for Meals on Wheels, and $15,000 for Boys and Girls Club, and then $20,000 again to Legal Aid Society. So that I'll even make that a motion.
I'll second.
And I have a slide here that represents those numbers. So you can see the total.
Yeah, I think you've got one change in there, the 40,000 requested by CRC. I'm saying 30,000 like last year and the year before and the year before.
Yes.
Or how many ever years it's been.
Yeah.
So, and we don't know where the number's going, but it's probably dropping by 10,000 again. It's been 7 or 8 years in a row that it's dropped that 10,000, so it's probably going to come down to 275, 277, 265, who knows? And then we just agree to make up the difference. So, but adding an extra 10,000, I just don't see in the cards right now. So, any Deputy Mayor O'Hara, do you want me to fill in the meantime? I don't know if I have much more to say. I went down. Staff did a very good job of answering my questions in both last year and this year. So I had the history from last year, and that worked out well. And I think I'm pretty comfortable.
Actually, have we ever not been funded?
We have not since 1990 when we started receiving funds.
And if you go way back to like 2015, it was down. It was 282,000. So we did actually see it come up some years. So it isn't guaranteed that it always goes down. It's just the last 6 have been consistently.
It's the recent trend.
Almost like a flat line. I think I plotted it out last year, and it's pretty consistently. But there's always hope it may pop back up.
Is there a reason that we don't do? I thought Molly had a great comment that we don't let, or that we get the same kind of group that does it every year. Is there a reason that we don't have other groups, or is it always just these people these groups that do it?
The participants in the past do apply every year for funds again. We do advertise. We send out emails. We advertise in the Coast News. We put it on the city's website. So we do ask for applications. We did receive one from Interfaith Shelter Network this year that is not our normal applicant. We just decide, as a staff, recommend that, we're not funding them.
Right. Super. Is that? Okay.
He snuck in.
So just looking at the numbers, the mayor's request is to add $14,000 additional dollars from general fund.
Yep.
Correct?
Yep.
Okay.
Approximately, based on the final number.
Okay. And then I do want to comment, John, Mr. Van Cleef, rather. I want to let you know last year we asked you to bring some numbers. You're good. Last year we asked you to bring some numbers and some data, and I think you did a good job of trying to respond this year. So thank you for that effort. I think these are all services we want to make sure we're doing what we can in the community. I think last year we talked about Meals on Wheels. My dad has used Meals on Wheels recently. Not here in town, but where he lives. We all probably did something at the Boys and Girls Club along the way. And I think we all participated in the CRC, meeting at the CRC for the recent homeless count. So all of these seem really great, and I'm glad to see us helping people with residential rehabilitation in our affordable homes. I think it'll open up the conversation of looking at our affordable housing program and making sure that we're actually giving affordable housing to people who need it, who would fill all of these programs. So I'm going to support this. I appreciate everybody's input.
Mayor, before you wanted to call it to question, did you want to also include recommended action 2, which is continue the public hearing to April 15, 2026 to gather public input prior for considered?
Of course. Thank you.
Wanted to make sure.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah. So, and I assume the second's okay with that? Yeah, okay, we're good.
Sorry, yes.
Oh, sorry. So, any other? Yeah, there we go. Call the question.
Motion carries unanimously.
So, with that, we've got 3 more items. It's probably a very good time to take a 10-minute break. So, okay, I'll make it a 15-minute. Yeah. Let's say, Oh, man, 20 after?
Support but not speak? Yeah, I will do that for you.
Thank you.
Can we say a 3-hour break?
Great.
Thanks. Okay, okay. Thanks. We're going to hop back into it here. If we can come back to order, please. Yeah. Okay, ready? We're back in session at 8:23. And we're on to item 10B, the preliminary report and budget recommendations to the City Council on citywide facilities condition assessment. And contact person is Senior Management Analyst Elmore. And the recommended action tonight is to receive and file the facilities condition assessment. So with that.
Thank you, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, council members. My name is Jared Elmore. I'm Senior Management Analyst with Public Works, and this has been a multi-month process to bring us to this point in order to produce budget recommendations for you. So I hope it's timely and gives you good value from what we're going to present this evening. Sitting next to me on my right is Matt Anderson. He's representative of Bureau Veritas, the vendor who's performing the facility condition assessment for us. He's a quality assurance manager with them and has been part of the project team from the moment they showed up to pitch us in the RFP process until now. He's been overseeing, he's experienced and informed, and he's here to present on their methodology and sort of the big picture to council. We also have prepared a portion of the presentation that's kind of a case study to show you how all the parts work together. So we'll touch on that, and that's with regard to this particular facility, but just to reiterate, we have assessment reports on all of the facilities in draft form right now. We're working on finalizing those so we can bring that final report to you at a later date. After the presentation, we'll answer some questions. Let me lead with some remarks. What we're talking about tonight is a facility condition assessment, which is different from a facility master plan. This is assuming status quo in terms of the portfolio and the service level and the use of all the facilities throughout the city. And the goal here is to find out how much money we need to spend, what things we need to do in order to optimize that service level and our efficiency over time, okay? So it doesn't include things like adding or disposing of properties, changing service level and use, augmenting, remodeling, reconstruction, repurposing. Like, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking status quo optimization. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Matt. He's going to walk you through the presentation. When he's done, I'll have a few more remarks, and then we'll open it up for questions. Thank you, sir.
Great. Thank you, Jared. The first thing I want to say is that the city staff were very helpful in this process. The maintenance people like to talk about the buildings. Public Works staff were really instrumental in helping us complete this report. Do you want to go into that? And really at a high level, a facility condition assessment is a visual review of the building by a trained assessor to look at problems, at things that work, things that don't work. As Jared said, it's not trying to tell you you need a new facility. It's just saying what's the condition of your existing facility. And as we get through all of that, we then can make some recommendations about the highest current needs or show you charts that say which buildings are in the worst condition now, or if you don't fund a lot of repairs, what are the worst condition buildings 10 years from now? So it's not a static study. It's a the needs over time study, and it also comes with a database that city staff has access to so they can generate other kinds of reports as we go through this process toward the final reports. This slide is just talking about a few of the locations like Cottonwood Park and the Glen Park Scout House that need work. They have the highest current needs. But then if you look 3 years from now, Moonlight Beach will be what would be considered fair condition. And in these cases where we're saying good or fair or poor, it's standards that the federal government developed for looking at a building, to creating a facility condition index that says this building is in good condition because it's the current deferred maintenance or repair needs is less than 5% of the value of the building. And if it's above 10%, then you're in poor condition. So those are national standards, and every community can alter that for their own needs, but that's a starting point. And then we are going to talk about immediate, short-term, and near-term timeframes for repair needs. And this is case showing some slides where we talk about roofing or electrical and interiors. And all of these are roll-ups from a detailed review that says electrical in terms of the fans for exhaust fans, the heating systems, lighting. So we start at a granular level and work up to these high-level reports that you're seeing. So you go on to the next slide. And this is one of those charts I was talking about with the facility condition index, where you're looking at a building where right now the Cardiff Sports Park and the restroom building is in good condition, but it has a lot of problems coming up in the next 3 to 10 years. And something's going to have to be decided about that building because it's getting, when you get above 100%, it's becoming more expensive to repair than it is to replace. And so those are the kind of discussions that you can start to have with this information. Some of the other buildings are in good condition now. They'll remain in good condition. They're newer construction or they were recently renovated. But the ones that are showing up as 0 have no buildings. And this facility condition index is really focusing on the building condition. The reports do have information about the parks and what needs to be replaced, whether it's stairs to get beach access or other facilities. But just in this table, it shows up as a $0 because there's no physical building constructed on that site. So I go to the, and again, this is a fairly long list. You have a lot of buildings, as you know, a lot of parks with small buildings, a lot of larger buildings. But it gives you a way of looking at all the buildings. And then, as Jared mentioned, we're giving you a little more detail here on City Hall, looking at what money would be needed in the near term. If you turn that into the investment needed is $4.6 million over that immediate and short-term time frame over the next couple of years. And then there's a breakdown, as you can see here, $500,000 for the facade. A new roof would be, our estimate is that a new roof is needed in the next 3 to 5 years. And then you have HVAC and electrical. Follow-up studies is usually there are things when we go out to a building where we see a problem and we can't tell why it's occurring, whether it's water coming into the building or drainage on the site. And with a visual study, we're not going down inside the sewer storm drains to see why they're clogging and why water's backing up onto the site. So at sometimes we recommend a further study to do a camera down a sewer line or a water test on a roof because, again, our scope is a visual assessment and we're not tearing apart the building to see what's wrong. But we did identify a few areas where you should do some further study. And then this actually has two different scenarios for investment. And again, it's a matter of the time frame you're looking at and the amount of money that's available. But this type of work can be created for each of the buildings that the city has. And it's a matter of, all the detailed information is there. It's a matter of, we don't want to present all of those to you tonight because the meeting would go on forever. So do you want to go to the next slide? And then there's a lot of charts here. And this is a basic condition citywide analysis of all the systems you have that for the entire city, 2.35, that's a percentage of things that are being band-aided by maintenance, things that aren't working, something's broken. And in some cases, over the few months that we were working on these, the maintenance staff was following behind us. They may have fixed some of these things. This was a snapshot in time of the day that we were at the site or what Public Works has said they fixed. But the good news is that 6% of the buildings are in good or excellent condition, and 6% of the systems. There's another 13% that are poor. And so this gives you an overview of the facilities, the systems within the buildings, how they're working, and sort of just to give you some general ideas. If you want to go to the next slide. And these, because of the database that we have, it can be broken down. So this is looking at just athletic fields or just elevators. Conveying system would be elevators or wheelchair lifts. Most of those elevators that you have, and there's not very many of them, but they're in fair condition. But it gives you the idea of the type of information you can generate with the database and focus in on equipment or athletic play fields. There's some more slides here, there's some more bar charts or pie charts that talk about facade systems would be the exterior, the roof and the exterior walls. Fire alarm is the fire alarm systems or fire sprinklers, any kind of electronic security. And then electrical systems are the same situation with lighting and transformers and various components that make up the electrical systems. And on the next slide, again, you can see the same type of information where it can be broken down to what's in good condition, what's in poor condition. Fair condition just means that it was installed usually more than 5 or 10 years ago, has been maintained, but is not new anymore. And all of your systems have an expected useful life. And generally, if it's in fair condition, it's between 60 to 80% or 50 to 80% of its remaining useful life has been used up. So it does mean you'll have future repairs, but again, it's not anything that's current. The poor or failed is what you have to focus on now. And again, it's just some more things going on. We also did exteriors, so you're looking at pedestrian plazas and walkways. It's not just the buildings, but the sidewalks, the parking, the paving. And so this gives you an idea how you can focus in on certain parts of the buildings and get information about them. And then this, again, is a system expenditure forecast for the entire city. And you can see there, this includes not just current work, but what we would estimate to need in the next 10 and 20 years. This table does include inflation at 3%, so that 11 to 20-year cost number is high, but it's also because you've got 30 to 60% inflation being added on top of that. We've used 3% inflation for these numbers. If you went to 2.4%, which was this week's inflation rate, it would be a little bit lower. The state of California right now is making us use 4% inflation as an estimating process because they think it's going to stay higher for construction materials. But it's all, what your crystal ball says for inflation, you can apply to this, and even your staff could look at 2, 3, and 4% and give you options to say, here's what happens with inflation if it does these certain things. And you can also see the effect of delaying work. If you wait a couple of years, it's 6 to 10% higher because you haven't done something and inflation increases that cost. And then we also break down the cost into what we call a plan type, which is the reason you're making the repair or replacement. Some of them have been identified as safety, where we might have seen broken glass or a cracked window. A tripping hazard on a sidewalk would be a safety item because the city may have some risk if someone trips and falls. Performance integrity just means it's not working the way it's supposed to. Sometimes the maintenance department has to replace a fan belt every week or every 3 weeks. And that really, the equipment should be replaced rather than constant maintenance. Accessibility, we did separate reports for that we'll talk about in a few minutes. And then there's just things that are a life cycle replacement. Things wear out. They have to be replaced every 10 or 20 years. So if we switch to the next slide, you can see if we divide up that safety component and the performance integrity, the safety component is mostly on this building. The windows out front have started to crack and the seals are failing, and there's a concern that they could fall out or that they could create a safety problem. And so that's something that the Maintenance and Public Works Department is aware of, and they're going to be talking to you about money for that replacement of the glass and the glazing on this building. The other one significant item from this chart is aged but functional. And those are equipment or pieces of the building that have an expected useful life of, say, an electrical panel normally lasts 30 years. And you might have one that's working fine, but it's 35 years old. And so it could break, but it's working. So we call them aged but functional, and it allows you to see that 23% of the systems over the next 5 years are going to be at that point where the maintenance department is making them work, keeping them going, but they could break, or spare parts may not be available. A lot of elevators now, if they break, the manufacturer is out of business, you can't get spare parts, it becomes an issue. So it's just something to be aware of, that you have this aged but functional category. Those things we would expect to fail in 5 to 10 years and need to be replaced. Let me go on to the next. Yeah, and this is a way, again, of looking at the same numbers, but with a 10-year chart instead of a 5-year. And again, it has inflation, so these numbers are bigger. The safety number doesn't go up because we're showing that as a current year, so there's no inflation on that. But the other numbers, you add more in if you look at it over a 10-year time period. And then each of the individual reports that we've put together have a key findings. The key findings talks about the most important things to look at in that building. And we can also, with the database, run the top 20 items for the whole city. And the city council and public works staff would have a way of saying, here's what our impression is of the 20 worst things in the city. And you can, think about those, decide if you agree with us or not, because there may be some historic buildings that are more important to you than to us, or the use is more important, or the maintenance staff has a solution to fix it in the short term. But you get this kind of information. We've provided them and can provide them in a Word document also that staff can use in their presentations. If you want to the next slide. And these are just some more examples of where exterior walls had some problems or the roofing is leaking. Again, it gives you an idea of what's in the reports, and that staff can provide these to you if you have more detailed questions, need more information about why something's not working or what's going on with it. And then again, we talked about being able to look at not just the current year, but future years. We have breakdown tables that show what we expect over these 5-year periods for individual buildings or parks and what expenditures are anticipated. And again, this is based on our current estimate of the condition and the remaining useful life for a system or a part of a building. And then these are all totaled up. So again, the staff has this information and they can go over it with you in more detail, or it can, there's a lot of ways to slice and dice the information. But we wanted to start to give you a look at the numbers and how they might affect your decisions over time in terms of how to maintain and manage the buildings. And then, as I said earlier, we did wheelchair accessibility studies. And this is where we come out to the building with tape measures and levels and pressure gauges to open the doors and look at everything that the Americans with Disabilities Act that was passed in 2010 would require from your buildings to bring it up into full compliance. And the Federal Justice Department has divided this type of work into 4 priorities, with priority 1 being to be able to get into the building, parking and sidewalks, the front entry door. And then priority 2 is to be able to access the activity room, going down corridors, getting into activity doors, getting into a public counter door area. Priority 3 is access to public toilet rooms. And we have just people that tell us that priority toilet rooms are more important than other parts of the building. And that's why we're stuck to the Department of Justice as a starting point. And then, Public Works and yourselves can decide whether access to the toilet rooms is more important than the public spaces. But this is how the federal government has defined what they recommend. And then item number 4 is access to other secondary uses, things like drinking fountains or public telephones or anything that's not the main function of that building. And we looked at the parks as well as the buildings. Can you get to playgrounds if you're in a wheelchair? Can you get at least onto the sand at the beach? And so the numbers that are here are the remediation by priority, with priority 1 being the largest, because what we find mostly is the ADA standards call for a 2% slope in a parking space. And a lot of parking spaces are steeper than that. It's really hard to get asphalt to be at a 2% or less slope. It's easier to get concrete, that's more expensive, so the parking and paving becomes expensive to get that to comply. Do you want to go to the next slide? And this again is just breaking down the cost not per the whole city, but per each individual building, and showing some of the larger bars here, like the Public Works Yard, that it may not all be a public-facing building. If the public's not going there for a permit, if the public's not going there to get, for access or to talk to people about problems, if it's not a public building, then you can move it back in your prioritization. You still might have a city employee that says, I need a reasonable accommodation to work here in this building because they're a clerk or they do something there. But there is some flexibility from the city in terms of what order you address things. And again, if I'm not familiar with each of your fire stations to the extent of you may be deciding to build a new fire station rather than repair the old ones. And so that means that fire station 3's accessibility, which it would be quite high, then would go away if you build a new station. Do you want to go on to the next slide? And then this again is just another chart showing the costs The Beacons Beach cost is the highest of any of these parks, just because it's an older park and it was not built to comply with it, and it becomes, especially for restroom buildings, if you've built it with concrete block, it's really hard to move a block wall 6 inches. It's like tear the building down instead, because if that's a bearing wall and you have to move it to fully comply, then you're in a situation where it becomes expensive. Go on to the next. Oops. So that's the last slide of our presentation. And again, we wanted to give you an overview of what we were observing, what we've documented, and then allow you to make comments and provide comments to the city staff. And then we'd issue final reports after we receive all the comments. At that point, I'll turn it back over to Jared.
So I want to thank Matt for the presentation and also the entire team. They've been great to work with, very thorough, very professional. Things have been done on a timely basis, very highly coordinated. It's been an excellent experience with them thus far, and that's going to continue, and you're going to see additional work product come forward that's going to just knock your socks off. It's really, really good work. A couple things that I want to draw your attention to and the public before we move on. This slide here, you'll notice the grand total. These are broken into 5-year increments, and basically we're looking at about a $4 million annual need year over year in perpetuity, and that has to be indexed as well. But we're working on ways to make sure that that number stays smaller and doesn't get larger, and also ways to fill gaps with potential revenue opportunities. So over time, this is a long-range exercise, right? This is a 30,000-foot level, long-term, big-picture puzzle, and we're going to make incremental steps that will change that path over time. So we don't need to have too much anxiety. We take a deep breath, we take one step forward, and then another, and we can get there from here. Recent capital maintenance for city facilities has been approximately $1 million a year. So by comparison, you can see that we've significantly underfunded this particular type of work. And that's something that we need to fix in order for the city facilities to operate efficiently and to keep that accumulated deferred maintenance down over time. So we're making good use of public funds rather than waiting for things to get so bad that they're too expensive. Part of our budget recommendations include an upgrade from a part-time to a full-time position. That's necessary in order to oversee some of the work that's proposed here. In addition, we're asking for some funds for capital maintenance. It's slightly less than what's in the plan here. It's not that we don't want more money. It's that we need to ramp up, right? Because we've been underfunding a little bit more recently, and we need to step it up in stages. As soon as we are ready for that additional funding and the additional staffing, we will let you know. It's, of course, your responsibility, your decision, what gets funded when, but we'll keep you informed as we go, and that ramp-up process continues so that you are primed to make the decisions at the right time. So with that, staff presentation is done. We'd give it back to council. If you have any questions, we're here.
Okay, I'll kick it off here. Really appreciate getting this kind of long-term view for basic maintenance. I think, several of us ran on basic infrastructure first, right? And this just shows that we've been underfunding it in all likelihood. That said, I do have some questions about your data. If you can go back to where you showed Fire Station 1. And I don't remember the chart number.
So it appears on this chart. It would have appeared elsewhere as well.
And I think it was actually on the ADA chart that I'm thinking.
Yeah, that's at the end.
Sorry, thank you.
Yeah, and that is something that the state has said, that fire stations need to be wheelchair accessible, even though you think a person can't work for the fire department if they're in a
Let me
wheelchair.
ask the question first.
I'm sorry.
Then respond. Yeah. So the question is, we just cut the ribbon on it. It's brand new. Is temporary Fire Station 1 lacking, or what's going on here?
Oh, I see.
We
I thought you were asking about Fire Station 4. It's Fire Station 1 we're asking about?
Yeah, I'm asking about Fire Station 1.
This is
and ADA.
This is actually the old Fire Station 1.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
So that one can come off the list.
Right.
Thank you. So there's that $4 million a year just came down to $3,800,000.
We're making money already.
Okay, great. Second item, let's go to Beacons Beach on this on ADA also. Beacons, the way it's been explained to me, and the city attorney may want to hop in here, we provide wheelchair access. We can do it anywhere along the coast in Encinitas. So we do that at Moonlight and at Cardiff. Therefore, we don't need ADA down to the beach at Beacons. Does that also then, am I down to 3.6 million now? I'm just trying to figure out what's the depth of analysis? I think there are policies that may allow us not to have to do things there.
Yeah, and the your city attorney is correct. If you're providing equivalent facilitation, that works. But you need to be sure that none of your advertising or anything says that Beacons Beach is wheelchair accessible.
Okay,
Because
fine.
if you have something on a park guide or a brochure or something that has a little wheelchair symbol next to that park, then someone can go there and say, I was supposed to be able to get access.
I mean,
But if you're clear that there's another equivalent facility somewhere else, then you're fine.
Yeah, so I think as we continue down this path, all I'm saying is that this is the big ask, you know, and the other point I would want to make is, if I look at my overall budget, this is just facilities. This is just buildings primarily with the accoutrements. So things like water and sewer lines to the building, that's covered in a different enterprise fund maintenance, and that's got a very good master plan for each one of those. The sewer and water within the building facility goes in the FCA, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
Pavement, that is separate. That's how much money are we putting into that's not part of the facilities, right?
The pavement on site is. The pavement off site is
Sorry,
not.
Yeah, pavement on streets. Drainage, same thing. Our storm drains, that's separate, not in this. So as we're moving forward, and we have to do the overall budget, we have to allocate a certain amount of money per year for facilities, a certain amount for storm drain maintenance, a certain amount for roads. And where do beach stairways come? Are they a facility, or are they separate capital?
So at the beaches that have been assessed, if they're on the site, they are part of the facility. And so there's some recommendations to that effect, but that's not as clear as it might seem. So we have to take the site, right, as it's defined, and say, is it in or is it out? And so if you have an approach from public right-of-way,
Yeah.
if the thing is in the public right-of-way, it's not part of the facility, right?
So,
And
so
it's a
you're,
case by case.
you're saying, and I'm talking in particular the 4 that we either have fixed or are about to finish fixing. 4 out of 4 stairway structures, Grandview, Swami's D Street, who'd I forget? Stone Steps, yeah. By the time we get done to that, presumably they're going to fall in the need very little category, and so, okay. And then vehicles are not a part of this, and I just want to make sure we all understand what's in and what's not, and there are other things that are going to need money. So that said, I appreciate the analysis and the structure to it. I think it'll help us long-term as we get into the budgeting, and with that,
I'd just like to make one more comment. Forgive me for belaboring this. The accessibility portion of this has another step to go through. Our risk department handles what's called our ADA transition plan, and this goes through that filter as well. And so the questions you had about timing and prioritization and legal requirements, that's all going to be addressed there before this comes back into any project work that's being proposed under the SCA. So it will get another wash, and we will have a thorough examination to make sure that the work is timely, necessary, and efficient.
I mean, the reason you're bringing it to us now is we're headed into this year's annual budget, and so we need to have an idea of how much money we need to set aside for each one of these different maintenance, infrastructure maintenance buckets. This is one of several, and so, okay. With that, I will yield and recognize Councilmember Lyons.
Thank you. I really appreciate seeing this detail in this work. Could you please go to your page number 22? I have a question.
Slide 22 or page 22 from the agenda
This one
report?
right here. Slide.
Okay.
Slide. Thank you.
There we go.
Yes. So this is titled Replacement Needs Forecast by Facility. Is it implying that this is if we go the direction of replacing these facilities, this is the cost? Could you explain the title?
No, it's not for replacing the facility, it's replacing each individual asset, a furnace or a water heater, a roof. Excuse me. No, it's for replacing the systems in the building.
Okay.
You could decide to replace an entire building, and then these repairs are no longer applicable.
So it could be like, maybe if I was thinking about it, I'd think restore or repair, or
Yes.
it's meant to be operations work, not
Yes, it's not to
capital
replace the
work.
entire building, no.
Okay, thanks. I was just a little confused by that. Jared, are you prepared to talk about the funding a little bit more? I know that there's a component of this that has to do with not only projecting what the funding needs might be, but also project where we might go to get money. And I know you and I talked about some complementary needs that the city has, for example, solar on our roofs of our facilities. Could you give a high view of that?
Yes, thank you for the question. The city has a climate action plan that says that our goal is to be essentially a zero net consumption city. And we've kind of achieved a portion of that by purchasing 100% renewable energy through our community choice aggregator. But there's still work to be done there, because what we're really aiming for is to literally produce as much electricity as we consume. So we spend cash out the door in excess of $1 million per year on electricity. And if we were to produce our own electricity, that expense would go away. You would still have the cost of capital and financing and maintenance and that sort of thing, but there's the potential there for significant savings. In addition, we're at the very front edge of considering whether or not that is a net revenue opportunity. In other words, whether we can generate more than we consume and sell the excess generation. We don't know for sure that that's going to be possible, but if it is, it starts to eat away at the budget gap and make this more feasible over time. So we're doing our due diligence as staff to explore those options with SDG&E and with San Diego Community Power, and to find out what the policy landscape is, what the market landscape is, and what sort of certainty we have about capital decisions that may help to close this gap and make our facilities more sustainable over time, as well as achieving our climate action plan goals.
I really like that approach. Thanks. I yield.
Okay, Councilmember San Antonio.
I just want to say, I know we talked at our briefing. I said this stuff is not sexy, and I know we disagree. I know you think this is sexy, but
I will defer.
But I know this is what's needed, and I know that this was a lot of work. I know you said this is just part of a very comprehensive report, and I know the public sees the photos. I mean, there's photos of everything that is broken or needs fixing. So I know a lot of work went into this, but I also see these numbers, and it's intense. That's a lot. But like I said, it's not sexy, but this is the part of that we do up here as council that we look at. And I know we have to budget for this stuff. I know this is so important. It's important. It's so important to me. This is the part of the city that I think that, yeah, Encinitas is beautiful. You get the views, you get the vibe, everything. But then when you start to go to the facilities, you're like, oh, this is broken, or it starts to lose a little bit of shine. But I know that this stuff is really when, an out-of-towner comes in and it's like, oh man, everything in this town is beautiful. Even the bathrooms are great. This public bathroom is great. Clearly, D Street has turned into something, with that, all of the new stuff at D Street. It's beautiful. I mean, what a change from when I grew up, that snack shack, to what it is now. I mean, it's great. So I know that this stuff is much needed. I know that city manager and I talked about it, this is a lot of money. But I know that, thank you for putting this and breaking it down and really trying to get those numbers so we can look forward. This is huge, and especially thanks for getting it to us before our budget. So thank you.
My pleasure, and you guys are a good audience for it, so thank you for doing that.
Deputy Mayor O'Hara.
Just to get my screen crowded here. Scrolling to page 12. where we go immediate, short-term, near-term, medium-term, long-term, I'm curious if this is an active database. In other words, if we, I'll just hit structure where it says $1,800. If we put $20,000 into it, is it possible that the others don't just go down by 20,000, but it brings them significantly down? Is it able to calculate something like that, or is that? Oh, I guess that would be the first question. Is it able to calculate within that regard as the effect of where we pick and choose our money if it floats and changes the numbers downstream?
Yes, it is an active database. The city staff can go in as they replace or repair things, mark it as completed, and adjust all the tables. This one you're looking at here, when you're online on the database and you click on a number, it pops up a window that tells you what all the pieces are in that number, so that you can drill down into, there's 78,000 in fire protection in 3 to 5 years. You can click on that number. It pops up a window that tells you which building and what system.
So does it operate just on reverse inflation, or is it reverse inflation plus the wear and tear?
Well, it's working on just inflation, and it's not assuming there's more wear and tear. It's assuming that systems are replaced at this point because of their age or condition.
Okay. And then maybe a question for staff. Is this something you can look at and identify that, okay, electrical is going to be a less impact? I'm throwing out the hypothetical. Electrical is going to be a dollar return on investment into electrical is a better investment than a dollar return on, interiors. And you can look that out down there. So we get $2, $3, $4, $5 down the road versus $1.
The short answer is yes.
Okay.
The long answer is it depends.
Oh,
because
sure. Yeah.
these buildings are a network of complex systems that intersect. And so what we'll find is that as we do projects, we'll want to touch multiple things because that's the efficient way to expend the resources and the staff time and the contracts that we have. So we'll be doing a balance of that. This is the biggest bang for the buck because of timing versus this is the biggest bang for the buck because of the thing that we're touching.
Perfect. It's incredibly helpful. I think this report, across the city, we look at assets and how many assets we have, what we can do with those assets, where we can move them, how we can change them around. And I think this is kind of a deep dive into those assets. It becomes an opportunity to look at how we can manage these assets, whether it's, building X needs $3 million of repair. Someone else will give us an acre of land and $5 million. Never happened, but you get the point. We can start to use this tool to give us a better idea of what the value of these assets are as we move them around the city. I think it's a great report in that regard. That portion of it, I think, probably gets overlooked in the big picture of the $4 million. This is a report we all knew was coming. I think we asked for it. I'm not going to go into how we got to $4 million needed a year, but I think we all expected that. And now we pull our shirt sleeves up and we get to work. So thank you for this report.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Thank you. This is exactly what is needed, and I commend you and thank you for the entire staff and city manager. These are the things. This is definitely where I think we need to be more of this year and more of these things coming out because it's a real cost. It's a real conversation, and our entire city needs to know exactly where we sit because there's a lot happening and there's a lot of things that have to happen. And what I will say about this specifically is economies of scale. So where we can and where we see bigger projects or where we see, either other changes happening to combine works and to maximize and efficiencies, anything from our own stuff to other stuff, coordinating with development services, making sure any kind of developments that are happening, things that we can get, 2, 3, 4 birds with one stone. That's and I know that's the way you guys work. So I'm just more explaining that for the totality. But this is this takes us all the way out to 2045. So we know where we're projecting to. I will ask the Beacons Beach. What's the $250,000 for Beacons Beach? A total estimated. What does it need? $40,000 every 5 years. Is that just cleanup? Is that just? Sorry, I'll let you answer.
I would love to open the database right now. I'm not set up to do that on this
Got it.
computer.
It's
and I
fine.
don't have it encyclopedic in my head yet, but I'm getting there. I'm getting there. Bear with me. I'll be able to answer that in short order, maybe by the next time that we meet to discuss this.
And then I don't see Surfer's Point on the facilities, and I know that doesn't have any facilities yet, but that's going to have its own costs when, at some point, it might be worth budgeting some allocation. I'm not sure what exactly it's going to end up being, but it's worth having on there. We want to see the whole problem because there's other stuff happening. There's other problems out there, other money requirements out there. So somewhere down the line, we're going to need more money. And how we get there, right? So the understanding is how do we get there? As long as the residents can see this and where we're going, expectation management is it's a lot easier with this type of information, especially with the education and the level of intelligence of our residents.
Our temporary fire station 1 is an excellent case study because when we went out for the RFP on this, that was not constructed. It was built during the process of this condition assessment, and so now it's been assessed. Right, and so as we bring assets into the portfolio and we have them assessed, we know what the maintenance plan is. It's great to have that information at the front end because you can get on it right away and make sure that you're on track to bend that cost curve down to minimize it over time. And so that is our approach over time. As we have changes in the asset portfolio or specific components within each asset structure, we get to modify this information, we get to chart a new path, we get to bring you the good news that we're bending it.
Correct. And then again, there's other infrastructure below surface, a lot of it that has that needs its own. Again, you're also a part of. So to have that whole number kind of assessed really does help us go the right way. So thank you for the great report. Really appreciate it.
Councilmember San Antonio.
I just had a quick question. So I think maybe Deputy Mayor O'Hara maybe you answered it with his question, but so as you fix these, some of these facilities, will you like electrical in one, or do you choose the worst facility, fix the whole thing, or is it kind of like, because I was just wondering if some of these get pushed down and it's like, oh, this is 20 years down the road, we're going to fix this one thing.
So facility maintenance is both an art and a science.
Okay.
We have a gentleman here, Matt McKinnon, who has a very good crew of folks who go out and assess this on a day-to-day basis. Mostly staff produce work orders for his team, and they go out and they take a look at it, and they're answering that question on an ongoing basis.
I see.
What makes sense here? Right? What is the best timing, the best value, the best approach to each of these things? There was an analogy in the staff report about a pavement management program and pavement condition index. And that analogy holds in most of these cases, that you assess the asset or the component as it is and its useful life, and then what you're going to need to do to bump it up. Right? And so as you approach that next level of reinvestment, you want to time it well. So this is the coordination problem we were talking about where, yes, it makes sense to do this thing, but since we have this wall open, we might do that one too because it's cheaper than coming back and doing it again later, right? So sometimes we're going to hit the nail right on the head. This is the perfect time to do this thing. Sometimes, hopefully, we'll be slightly early. Hopefully, we'll never be slightly late because then it gets more expensive. It happens. It's going to happen a little bit. But the goal is to stay what's the phrase, left to boom, with regard to all of our assets and components and the facilities as a whole. So we're addressing things in a timely manner, not so quickly that we're wasting the money and effort because we haven't used up that portion of the life of the asset, but quickly enough that we don't descend to the next condition level where it gets more expensive to fix.
Got it. Thank you.
This may be a city manager question, but if not, let me know. As far as that next step, you're kind of characterizing it. Like our pavement condition index, you'll bring the staff's assessment based on our needs and the condition to us annually. What's our schedule now that we're at this juncture? We're going to receive this now. What's next?
Sure. This is receive and file. And it was great that we were able to get this report because we have our first budget workshop next Wednesday at 4 p.m. So what we've done is we have the cost. Facilities has a 20-hour a week person right now. So what we have is we've got converting that to a full-time, so that would be benefited. There'd need to be a vehicle with that. So we have that cost right now in our budget calculator, which council is very used to seeing. And then also we have plugged in a number for what we feel that we would need for, to start repairing these facilities. So council will go ahead next Wednesday to start talking about that. We have our second budget workshop on April 8th to really kind of finalize that budget calculator, as we have many needs in the city. And then I think, Jared, you still have to finalize the report. And I think working together with Matt's team, I think what Jared said is, a lot of times there's economies of scale. So as we look at some of these facilities, we'll look to see where we can get the biggest bang for our buck. One of the things that facility staff and Public Works will need to do is we will need to go ahead and solicit for contractors to work on these projects. Obviously, we've got some facility folk that can do some of the smaller repairs, but we'll have to do that. So a lot of those will end up coming to council. As you know, anything over $100,000 must come to council. So you folks will likely be seeing quite a few contracts coming your way, which will also outline the work that's being done at that. So there'll be constant communication with that. And then one of the things we'd like to do is have a yearly update on how we're doing. So we want to let the public and city council know how the facilities are doing, how they're moving along, what might be next priorities. Thank you.
Okay, and this is a receive and file. I really appreciate getting this in preparation for the budget effort coming up. It reminds me every time we spend money on capital or equipment or facility or paint on on pavement, there's a maintenance cost that goes with that. And, typically at work, I was 5 to 10% of the capital cost I would have to account for in a maintenance cost in the future budget. So this is a real tool to help us do that, and looking forward to it. So with that, we will move on to the next item.
Mayor, if I may, really quick before. Oh, no, that's okay. I was asked quick. Really quick, do you just want to thank staff very much for the work on that? Great getting this before our first budget workshop. But I do want to recognize Matt McKinnon, our facilities manager. So he is the one that is the glue that's trying to hold all these buildings together, him and his folks. So just a big shout out to Matt and his facilities folks for all the work that they do. So thank you so much.
Yes, thank you. With that, we will move on to item 10C, which is the annual progress report for the implementation of the general plan. And the contact person is Senior Planner Cadona.
All right, good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Sarah Cadona, Senior Planner with the City of Encinitas, and I will be presenting some of the highlights for the 2025 Annual Progress Report for each element of the general plan. So state law requires all cities and counties to prepare an annual report for the previous year that demonstrates how the city is implementing and meeting the goals and policies of each general plan element. This report should look similar to last year's, and we are required by state law to present this report to a legislative body prior to submitting it to HCD and SANDAG by the April 1st deadline. Sorry, the switch.
Oh, I think it's back.
Okay. So starting with the land use element, in 2025, the city processed a total of 217 planning applications, and 34 of those projects went to the Planning Commission for review. The city issued 85 ADU building permits, and there were 856 code cases opened and 671 code cases that were closed. So moving on to the housing element, HCD requires cities to fill out and submit a detailed housing report, and this is included as attachment B to the agenda packet, which will report the city's current progress towards meeting the city's regional housing needs allocation, also known as RENA, for the 2021 to 2029 planning period. I provided a table that demonstrates our progress towards meeting our RENA. So for units to count towards our RENA, the building permit must be issued. And in 2025, the city issued a total of 187 building permits. 17 of those are very low income, 2 are low, 14 are moderate, and 154 units are above moderate. I wanted to call out a typo in the agenda report on page 3, where we had previously stated that there was 137 units permitted to date for the low income category, but the correct number of units permitted for the low income was 76 units, not 137 as stated in the report. But the percentage in the report is correct of 21%. So as you can see, 2024 was a big year for the city, but 2025 had similar production rates as 2021, 2022, and 2023. And I would like to note that staff annually updates the city's housing element webpage with this information, and all previous APRs can be found on the webpage as well. Additionally, in 2025, the Buena Creek Navigation Center served 72 people, and in November, the City Council approved the contract for the San Diego Rescue Mission, which included 2 full-time outreach specialists and 1 full-time housing navigator. All of the city's homeless services and programs supported a total of 454 individuals experiencing homelessness in Encinitas. And the Homeless Action Plan is being updated in-house by our Homeless Programs Coordinator. So now onto the circulation element, and in 2025, staff was currently working on updates to the circulation element in addition to a draft micro-transit study. The Planning Commission approved the design for the Verdi undercrossing, and safety modifications were approved for Santa Fe Drive. So another key element is the safety element, and in 2025, staff was coordinating with the Coastal Commission on revisions to the safety element. The fire department responded to nearly 8,000 incidents with the average response time of 7 minutes and 40 seconds. And 2 new temporary fire stations were underway for Station 1 and Station 6. Next is the resource management element, and in 2025, staff was working on a focused resource management element update, and the San Alejo Lagoon dredging project was complete. And the mature tree ordinance and native plant ordinance were in development, where staff hosted public workshops and were preparing the ordinances. Shifting to the recreation element, in 2025, the City Council approved for a new park at the L7 parcel on Quail Gardens, and over 100 trees were planted throughout the city at events like Arbor Day and other city landscaping projects. The Scotts Valley Park Playground Replacement Project was complete, and playground replacements were underway at Glen Park, Orpheus Park, and Wirro Park. And lastly, the noise element. The city received a total of 103 noise complaints, and 91 of those were closed out. So staff recommends that the City Council approves the general plan annual progress report, including the implementation measures. And the next steps will be for staff to submit this annual progress report to SANDAG and HCD by the April 1st deadline. And this concludes my presentation, and staff is here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, do we have any questions of clarification? I don't see any. We'll go to public.
We do have 3 speakers, Scott Campbell, followed by Bernie Dillon.
I have a quick question.
Maybe we do have one.
On trees planted throughout the city, where it says 100 trees planted, that's how many we planted. That's not the net loss that we incurred, though.
That's correct.
So we lost 80 trees. We're a net loss of 80 trees, if I did my math right.
You talking?
We'd have to
city
confirm that
trees.
number.
I'll have to check.
It just says 100 trees planted throughout the city. I know we have a goal of 120 trees a year, plus increased number from the year before. I know that we entered in a net, my math, minus 80. So I just want to make sure we are double checking numbers like that.
Well, just to be sort of upfront with regards to what you're looking at in front of you, it's not an assessment that we would take to council and give them as to what our numbers are with regards to this is what we're doing, this is how we're doing it. This is the APR guidelines.
Okay.
APR guidelines is just what we're trying to give the state. They're guidelines. It's focusing on changes or course adjustments with the general plan policies. Really, it's nothing more than that. The only mandatory thing we have to do is arena. Skipping to your question, though, no, we wouldn't have those numbers for the net loss versus
Okay.
the other
I just
side.
want the public to understand that there was a net loss. We didn't gain 100 trees. That's all. Thank you.
We planted 100 trees, not gained 100 trees.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, if we can call the public.
Scott Campbell, Bernie Dillon, and then Ron Medak.
You guys seen the new sign here on the lifter? It's kind of cool. So there's not much people here, so let's keep this light. The land use element, it talks about the street dining and $200,000. You notice I don't complain about that anymore. The housing element, 12 of the 15 sites are in process, and we're at 29% of the very low income. How does this compare to other cities? Please ask the staff of us. And clearly with 3 elements, we're not going to make up that last 70% at the very low. So just something to think about. We've heard about housing numbers, 454 supported individuals. I'd like the staff to, or the council to ask what supported really means. Because we have 72 at Buena Vista, and there was, 47 people at the parking lot. So I'm interested in what services we provided for these other people. The circulation element, we have some more required stuff, SB 932. The microtransit study, once again, the only reason doing that is because we got grant funding. Leucadia Streetscape, are we going to finish it? It says late summer 2026. Are we going to finish that on time? It's been very, very slow compared to what the train track guys are doing. They're almost done. The safety element, and this is some good stuff. The fire department, they show the 7,774 incidents. That's 25 per day that they're going out there and servicing the people. That's a lot. And same thing with the sheriffs. That's, they're 17,000. That's 45 a day, per day. It adds up. Resource management. Once again, you have more required stuff. SB 1425, AB, all this stuff we have to comply with. It takes away from doing good things. They're talking about combining events. It's talking about Arbor Day, Cyclovia, other things, community outreach. This was discussed earlier. Something that's important to me, it talks about San Alejo Lagoon. What is proper tidal flow? I'm going to go on record and say that lagoon is a mud flat if we didn't touch it, and proper tidal flow means no flow. So it's just something to think about that. And then I got 30 seconds left. Cool. I heard about lights earlier, and you talk about the noise element. I'd like to ask the council to add a light element to this. I've spoken several times on lighting, And those guys are pretty persuasive, and I'd like to see that added to our list. And that's all I got. Please pass this event. Good data is hard to get, and this is one of the best sources of data, especially when all the housing stuff. I only got to like page 20, and that's starting the good stuff. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Ehlers and City Council members. I wanted to speak to the general plan. To quote our current mayor, Encinitas was started by a group of activists. I'm here begging and pleading with this city council to stop before you say yes to any more new construction projects, and that includes multiple ADUs. I received a letter stating a neighbor on Santa Fe Drive wants to add an ADU. However, when you go to the Encinitas website, it shows more than one, because 625 Santa Fe Drive to 637 Santa Fe Drive is not one unit, it's more than two. Many of us are done with all the new construction all over Encinitas, from Levenheim, Leucadia, 101, Old New Encinitas, and Cardiff. Enough is enough. And this is insanity must stop with this city council. I know the engineers and their numbers somehow say our infrastructure can handle all these units and cars. What's missing from this is the human element. We don't like sitting on Encinitas Boulevard way before Saxony Drive for 40 minutes to try and get on the I-5 freeway. Or a semi-truck barreling down Santa Fe Drive going 45 miles an hour right next to SDA to get to the I-5, with the backup parking and people walking in the road to get around the high curbs, loose rocks, and bike lane. It's not good. Follow the original general plan. Please be an activist and keep Encinitas, not La Jolla, not Pacific Beach, and surely not the Pacific Palisades. We must not let overcrowding take over our beautiful beach city. Thank you. Oh, one more thing. Thank you for your vote on Santa Fe Drive. I truly thank you. Thank you, thank you.
Ron Maddock, Levenheim. So I just wanted to, can we bring up page 4, please? Yeah. So I just wanted to point out something that we're all aware of, but I really don't think it can be said often enough. When we take, and that's looking at this regional housing needs assessment chart, this is a huge fail. Of 1,566 total units permitted to date, 360 are low or moderate income level, 23%. I mean, a giant fail by the 2 previous mayors and their city councils. And I really want to say that it's a scandal. They basically rolled over and became a doormat for every profit-hungry developer in Southern California. And Encinitas kind of led the pack. And those numbers prove it. It's very sad. But I really want to applaud the present city council and the majority that is opposing this and fighting it and setting an example for all the other cities like us in the state. There are a lot of people that appreciate it. Thanks.
That concludes speakers on this item.
Okay. So I was going to add a couple quick questions, I think, and then we'll go to whatever deliberation. And I believe this is another receive and file, correct? Yeah. And did the Planning Commission review this? Do they normally? Why do I remember? I thought I used to see it at Planning Commission, but maybe not.
No, they did not.
Okay, maybe we saw it at the end of the year as part of the report for what the Planning Commission had done. But I really this has been a requirement from what used to be called the Office of Planning Research for how long? Long time. So this is an annual report that we generate. And if you can bring back up slide 4, I wanted to address, I think, Scott's comment and question. The 29% is actually unusually high. I agree that the program is a fail, but because of all the building we've been doing, we have made more lower income, lower meaning very low and low, than most cities from a percentage standpoint in the state. The numbers that I've seen out there is most of the cities are down in the 5% range of hitting their numbers. Yeah, I'm seeing agreement. Hitting 29 is unusual, and it's because of all those high density. But of course, the cost is right there in front of us too. If I take the 1,206 divided by the lower income and moderate income, everybody knows that the affordability level for a moderate income family of four, $140,000 income. So it's not so low. The state really is encouraging us, and we usually hit our moderate numbers without having to build all these extra above moderate units. So the very low and low are what we're really being held to by the state. And there you see 213. And if you divide that into the 1,206, that means we're having to build 5.6, or roughly 6 times the number of above moderate, and we're overbuilding by 300% the number of above moderate. And remember, every time we do that, it chews up more land that could have been used for lower income housing if we had a more direct way of doing it, or more importantly, if the state had funded it like they used to 20 years ago. So it's fundamentally where does the subsidy come from for these lower income units? Does it come from the state, who is mandating the requirement on us? Or does it come from the builders getting to bypass our local control, our local zoning, and getting to build the 6 for every one above moderate? And that pays for it and more. And I think that's why we talked earlier today about upping the inclusionary if we can, if the financials will allow it. So I wanted to point that out, and I think, Scott, you were alluding to that, and I think, Ron, you were alluding to the same point, and I just wanted to pull it all together. And then a question for staff and maybe the city manager, streetscape schedule. I get that question a lot, so I thought since it was brought up, I would ask it directly. What's the current plan, rough?
It's supposed to be late summer 2026.
Okay, that will have segment C, the construction done.
Yeah, yes, and then don't forget, it was like what ended up making that bigger was we added the drainage.
Yeah,
so the drainage was not first part of it, but then adding that went ahead, and that obviously extended the timeline.
Totally understand. Yeah. So okay, so at least, but that's the current plan. So with that, I will yield to Deputy Mayor O'Hara. This is, like I say, it's a receive and file.
Yep. There's a couple things I want to just, these reports are, like anything else, they get thrown around a lot. And so I think it's really important to note just things like the 100 trees planted. But before anybody goes and toots their own horn about 100 trees being planted, we should know that there's a group in the city that's supposed to be helping us get to 120 planted positive, and we ended up with a net loss of 80. We have a committee in the city that was supposed to help with that, and obviously, this needs to be addressed better in the future. So let's not pat ourselves on the back about that one. I need to understand this is the EPR, and it's for a purpose, and it serves that, and it does a great job of that. So it's not a knock on that. This is just making sure the public understands the truth behind the number. I have a question on the circulation element. I keep hearing it's coming back. And this is not a report to be answered, a question to be answered, but maybe a request to the city manager and development services. I don't know what the direction was given to the circulation element at this point. I don't think we've seen it in a long time come by us. I don't remember us having deep input on it. And I keep hearing about it coming back, and I'm just wanting to get more information on where it's at, what current direction we're looking at with it as it comes back. And you don't have to answer it today. You could send us all an email, let us know, either way.
No, I'm happy to answer you today. So staff has been working on an interim municipal code amendment to direct some of council's request to get as much as we can out of developments in advance of that. Just FYI on that. But the circulation element, we have made progress, and we have retained our traffic consultant who did our modeling, one of the only, I think, one of 2 firms in the county that had the capacity to do that. So what we're doing, we are planning on bringing 2 workshops before the council. The first one will be just informational background, explaining what we did, why we did it, what's required in the circulation element. And then just to get everyone up to speed, because it's a lot of information, a lot of data, and we want to give you a complete picture of what we have, because there's a lot of work that went into it. And then the second workshop is, and you'll hear this on your Q3 update, by the way, and the second workshop is to get specific council direction. So it was just a lot to do in 2 meetings, so we broke it up into 2 different workshops.
So how much do we pay the consultant on this? Just rough guesstimate.
For the prior work?
Just to get it to us, how much do we pay them?
So for the 2 workshops, it's going to be.
Are you asking about the draft?
Everything, all in. What are we paying the consultant?
Okay, thanks for clarifying. The
Yeah.
prior work was about 5 years, and I think it was about $750. And that included the circulation element, independent traffic modeling, because Sandag held us hostage. They shut down for over a year. So we decided that we needed to not wait any longer. So we hired one of the only firms in San Diego County that had the capacity or the technology to do the modeling. And then that also included a full environmental impact report.
So I'd like to get this back soon. I'd like to have a discussion among council about how to get rid of this consultant fee. We don't need it. There is software available that will do this entire report for us in a matter of a week, 2 weeks, and then it'll be live streaming the entire time, and we can make changes on the fly. It would save us an exorbitant amount of money over time. I'd like to have that be part of our discussion when it comes back. I love that where we're at in this report, and I think this report captures a great piece of it for HCD. But I think when we look forward to this, I think we should all be prepared to look at a better process to do this.
I just want to be careful. We're talking about the annual report for the general plan before we give
Okay.
direction on circulation. I'm not.
No,
disagreeing
I'm
with
saying
where
when it
you're
comes
going.
back, I'd like to see this, to have this discussion.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna finish my discussion here with just what the mayor said, and this is for the public. Please don't take this as any of my comments actually as a criticism of this report. This report's been fantastic. I think it will satisfy every need we need to do. We need to do it annually, and you've done a great job. But I think our residents, if a lot of times what we hear is, well, we need the low-income units. We need the low-income units. It's too expensive for my kid. It's too expensive for my grandmother, my mom. When you look at that number 154, it doesn't just say that we didn't build enough low-income units or very low-income units. It actually says we made the cost of living here higher by building 500% more units than we built low-income. So think about that. This solution that is supposed to make affordability actually makes everything farther out of reach. And if there's anything that shows it, it's this chart. So the next time someone says, well, we need this to get affordable units, are we getting affordable units? Because the cost of living is going up, and this is the biggest reason why. I think this is a great report. Again, none of my criticism is directed at you. It's directed in the concepts in here and my frustrations with it. I really know you spent a lot of time on this. I'm city manager. I know the city attorney all chimed in and really supported you in this. And so thank you for the report. I'm really happy to send it. I think it'll do the job it needs to do.
And before I recognize Councilmember Schaefer, I need to correct myself. We actually do need a motion and a second to approve this plan.
Motion.
So I got a motion, okay. And then I'll recognize Councilmember Schaefer. You have the floor.
Yeah, just, again, great report. We talked during the briefing. This is everything. Again, slide 4, which is really the only thing we're really being graded on right now. It really does show, and to Mayor Eller's point, who's forking up the cost. Well, up front, it's the developers. And obviously, they're incentivized to go to that above moderate, especially in this community, right? Because it doesn't cost as much for them. They're not taking quite the hit. And obviously, the very low would be the next spot, or the moderate. And then after that, the low is where we flatten out because it doesn't pencil out in their loaning capabilities. The very low, the only reason it works is because it's such few units. And so they're skipping over, and that's why we're only at 21% for that range. It doesn't pencil out for the developer to take that cost, and they don't really make up. So kind of what, just to piggyback on what has already been said, this is a failed program, a failed way of directing. And again, I get a little bit more now that, governing is trying to color all the shades of gray with black and white only. And I know that they're trying to come up with a system, but it doesn't work for every community, especially across the state of California with so much diversity. And this is 100% articulation of that. So, but we thank you, and again, motion's been made.
Okay. Did I get a second on that? Okay. Which one of you two? Okay, Marco. And Deputy Mayor O'Hara.
I'm just going to piggyback one more piece onto what Councilmember Schaefer said, on just picking on this whole concept. This idea that it has to pencil out for the developer. No one comes to my business and says, hey, Jim, did you make enough money today? Because if you didn't, we're going to make it easier for you to conduct your business. Hey, Marco, did you make 1 million signs today, and did they give you free paper? No. They take the burden. They can figure it out. They need to make sure this works, and if this is going to be a viable way of addressing affordable housing costs, they need to do it. And it needs to work out, and right now it doesn't.
Okay, with that, we've got a motion and a second. Call the question.
Motion carries unanimously and takes us to item 12A.
Okay. Item 12A is a council-initiated item by Councilmember Marco San Antonio to initiate a discussion and/or direction for an assessment of safety improvement needs of the intersection of Parkdale Lane and Village Parkway. Take it away, Marco.
All right. I guess I'll just read the introduction first. In response to neighborhood concerns regarding the safety of children walking to and from school at the intersection and marked crosswalk at Parkdale Lane and Village Parkway, we request a full safety evaluation and assessment at this intersection. The review should consider factors such as driver yielding behavior, vehicle speeds, sight distance, crossing visibility, signage and pavement markings, lighting, ADA accessibility, and peak conditions during school arrival and dismissal times. I'm bringing this forward with Deputy Mayor Jim O'Hara. Just want to you guys, EUSD did not contact us about this. Two nearby residents raised concerns during school district liaison committee meetings, and we just want to address those concerns formally. Many children and families use this intersection to walk to and from school. This is just some background. In 2023, the city received a grant to improve pedestrian safety at 4 intersections, prioritized based on pedestrian safety observations. 3 intersections closest to Parkdale Lane were prioritized highest. We approved and even enhanced the improvements beyond the original recommendations. Parkdale Lane and Village Park was not included in the project scope. It's the only remaining 4-way stop intersection along the PDL corridor. What we're asking is to review the conditions at Parkdale Lane and Village Parkway. I know I said that in the original, but speed, light sight lines, signage markings, lighting, ADA accessibility, access school arrival and assess school arrival times and dismissal patterns. And just to return to council with findings, we'd like to some options and feasibility and cost estimates. And anything else you'd like to add?
Mr. Warren, is it possible for you to put up the slide, page 3, please? And I think this has been spoke about throughout the past couple of years. I know that it's been looked at and discussed as well with council when we've looked at other CBC and other grants that come through. Most importantly, we hear our residents looking at it and discussing it. And I know that next year, one of the things we discussed is the addition of a lot of traffic and usage of this intersection with the addition of Paul Ecke. So I think we'll have a great discussion about it. I'm looking forward to talking about the experiences we had out there, but I'd love to hear from our residents first.
The addition of Paul Ecke?
So yeah, Paul Ecke, next year Paul Ecke will be under construction.
Oh, okay.
And they're splitting their students between Parkdale Lane and El Camino Creek.
Okay, got it.
We do have 4 public speakers, Brad Lefkowitz, followed by Rihanna Glore, Abigail Brown with a time donation from Krista Lamp, who is present, and then Ron Medak.
Hello, everyone. Brad Lefkowitz, District 4. Should be an easy one. I'm sure everyone will be in support of moving forward with this. I'd like to thank everyone who has been speaking about this for quite a long time, some of them hanging out tonight, and of course, Farhad, who has been talking about this intersection for as long as I've known him, and through a cruel twist of fate is out of town tonight. I know he wished he could be here, and he wrote in. I think the main point I want to make, kind of piggybacking on what Farhad submitted in writing, is that I know we'll talk a lot about crossing guards and school drop-off and pickup. I do think that, I don't know if we have any data or know where the bus drop-off from Pollocky will be. I would imagine it's not going to be a lot of kids crossing the intersection, but certainly some more traffic with parents dropping off. I think most people are probably going to take the bus. But yeah, the main point I want to make is that this intersection is a problem 24/7, 365 days a year. It's not just a pickup and drop-off. Families, kids, people use this intersection during the summer, during the weekends, at night. I know Farhad likes to go on walks at night. He mentioned that in his written statement. So I think we really need solutions here that are going to slow cars down and encourage them to stop at all times, not just a pickup and drop-off. Additional crossing guard would be great if we could do that ASAP. I'm sure the district would be in support of that as well. But again, we're looking for a solution, not just during pickup and drop-off. What can we do to slow cars down and encourage them to stop at all hours of the day, every day of the week? Thank you.
Rihanna?
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Rihanna Glore, and I'm a founding member of Safe Streets Encinitas, and this intersection is in my neighborhood. I'm here tonight to speak on behalf of Safe Streets Encinitas and express support for Agenda Item 12A and the assessment of safety improvements at the intersection of Parkdale Lane and Village Parkway. This intersection sits in the heart of a neighborhood with significant pedestrian activity, especially during school arrival and dismissal times. It's also important to recognize that this crosswalk is also used throughout the day by children who regularly cross between the 2 sections of Village Park to visit friends. This makes it a location where safety should be prioritized at all hours, not just during school peaks. As staff evaluate improvements, we encourage the city to seriously consider traffic calming measures such as raised crosswalks. Raised crosswalks are a proven safety treatment used in communities across the country. By slightly elevating the crossing above the roadway, they create a gentle vertical deflection that encourages drivers to slow down as they approach the intersection. Even modest elevation can meaningfully reduce vehicle speeds and increase driver awareness of people crossing. Research consistently shows that raised crosswalks can improve yielding behavior and reduce vehicle speeds, which significantly lowers the likelihood and severity of pedestrian injuries in the event of a collision. Quite simply, slower speeds save lives. Importantly, raised crosswalks do not need to be built at full sidewalk height. They can be designed with different grades and profiles, allowing the city to balance safety with operational needs. Many jurisdictions implement designs that are compatible with emergency response vehicles, including fire and sheriff departments, while still providing meaningful speed reduction for everyday traffic. We appreciate the council bringing this discussion and look forward to seeing immediate action. The community is eager to see the city address these safety concerns before preventable collisions occur. Each day that passes without improvements is another day too long. Thank you for your time and for prioritizing safer streets in Encinitas.
I have a video and I'm going to speak.
Yeah, that's what I was saying happens, is they get so irritated having... Jeez. Okay, I have to give my daughter credit for that because she put it together for me last night, and she's 9. They wanted to be here, but it was past bedtime. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Abigail Brown, and I live in Village Park 1. First, I want to thank the council members and the members of the Traffic Commission who have taken the time to meet with me over the past few months to discuss traffic safety in our neighborhood. I appreciate the time and attention you've given to this issue. I've spoken before about safety concerns at this intersection, and I'm here tonight to express my strong support for Agenda Item 12A. I also want to thank Councilmember San Antonio and Deputy Mayor O'Hara for initiating this item and helping move this conversation forward. I fully support conducting a formal safety evaluation of this intersection. In the short term, my hope is that we can add an additional crossing guard. This will become especially important come August when half of the students from Paul Ecke attend Parkdale Lane. There will be a significant increase in the number of students walking to school, as well as additional vehicle traffic coming from outside the neighborhood. This will create even more pedestrian and vehicle conflict points at the intersection. We've also seen driver behavior shift following a sheriff deputy at the intersection, and we encourage them to continue patrolling here between 7:30 and 7:50 a.m. The school zone should be extended to include this intersection, which currently stops about 50 feet short, and it should also be declared a designated safe route to school. This is the only route to school for Village Park 1 families. Declaring it a school zone should come with increased signage and a 25-mile-per-hour speed limit during school hours. While the above steps are important, I also believe that physical traffic calming infrastructure will be crucial to improving safety at this intersection. I would like to see measures such as an elevated crosswalk, bulb outs, a larger median, tapered or narrower lanes studied. I know the right solutions should come from a professional traffic engineering study, and my hope is that tonight's action moves us towards that process. Please also take into consideration that Parkdale Lane is a very active after-school and weekend sports hub. My hope is that one day our upper grade students will be able to walk there safely on their own. Thank you for your time and consideration. And just a quick note, so at the very end of the video, you saw the end school zone, which is right before the intersection. Thank you.
Good job.
Ron?
Ron Maddock, Liebenheim. I wanted to give 2 shout-out thank yous on this issue. The first is to Councilman Marco San Antonio for this very timely and well-written initiative. I think it's terrific. And the second is to Mrs. Abigail Brown, who just gave such a great presentation. I was, as a commission member, was at the MTSC meeting a few weeks ago, and Mrs. Brown came and challenged commissioners to come and take a look at this intersection at 7:45 at the time that there's a pickup and drop off in the morning. And so I took her up on that and went the following morning. And I'm very familiar with that intersection because my son and his family live in Village Park on Village 1 West. So I drive that, I've driven that a lot but I haven't really driven it in the morning. So this was a big wake up for me to see how busy it was. That first day that I went, because I've gone 3 days at that time, was very busy. It was the worst day, really. The motorcycle policeman who was there pulled over one car for running through the stop sign. There was a near crash by someone turning left and someone going straight in the middle of the intersection during the half hour I was there. I've spoken to 3 of the traffic guards. One told me that she was afraid when she first began for her life, basically, but I later heard from the superintendent that that traffic guard has given notice that she's doesn't want to work there anymore because she's concerned for her own safety, not just the safety of all the children and everybody else. I do want the council to know that I reviewed 10 years traffic data there. There's only been one crash. It occurred at 12:43 in the morning, and it was a driver who was impaired, DUI, who hit a fixed object. My impression when I've been driving there, and it's very casual because there hasn't been any structure to it, is that it's been kind of a benign intersection most of the time. That has been my experience until I got there in the morning and saw what happened with the children. So I really do advocate what Mrs. Brown was saying for the most part, especially about including this as a school zone. That doesn't really conform with California law, but our city council has the ability to pass their own ordinance according to California Vehicle Code, which would make this a school zone with the appropriate signage. Thank you.
Thank you.
That does conclude public speakers. We did have 4 speakers, Molly Hintley and Krista Lamp, Clem Brown, and Maddie Brown registered support for the recommended action, but chose not to speak.
Okay. Deputy Mayor O'Hara.
Can you put this slide back up, please?
And I may need a motion to extend beyond 10.
Motion to extend. A motion to extend, please.
Okay, I've got a motion. Do I have a second? Do we got it? Okay, I got a motion and a second to extend.
Microphone and the pointer.
Call the question.
The pointer and the microphone for over there.
You walking over there?
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh, wow. We're going to get a floor show.
You can have a seat.
Mayor, do you want to vote on that?
Sorry.
Thank you.
Yes.
Motion to extend passes unanimously.
Okay. All right. So we looked. There we go. All right. So this is the main intersection we're looking at. This is Parkdale Lane and Village Parkway. And we went out there and we watched. And just for reference, this is our north. This is our south, or going towards Encinitas Boulevard, rather. This section here is downhill, with cars traveling downhill at a quicker speed. And it's probably where you see a large majority, at least while we were there, well, a couple of times I've been there, of people running the stop sign there. Within that, I think what we really want to do is make this intersection safer for everybody, including our crossing guards. So we're going to talk about sending all the information back to staff, but we want to encourage staff to look at the bigger picture, not just what is the cost of a sign? What is the cost of a speed table? What is the cost of each piece? We want to look at this intersection in a design sense. How does it work now? When people come down the hill, I'm getting old, I need my glasses and I need my pointer. So when people come down the hill, they're moving pretty quickly. They've got 3 lanes. So they've got a lot of width. And you hear about wide roads encouraging fast speeds. And I think it's pretty true, especially on this downhill. At the same time, you don't have the volume of traffic using this turn lane here. Likewise, this turn lane here. And so I think we have a lot of room to play. And what we can do as a city is we can look at what can we start off doing, what can we afford to do. We just saw all the things we have to look at. But we want to put all the ideas out there. Can we put signs up here? Let's look at that. Can we address the crosswalk? Yes, let's look at that. Can we address these corners? Can we look at that? Can we put a stoplight in? Let's look at that. I think part of what we want to do is see what all these things cost as well, so we can make a financially smart decision that matches the data, matches what we see and what we live. But I'll come back to this intersection, these two turn lanes. I think ultimately, if we want to slow things down, what we need to do is fill in these turn lanes. So it's a 2-lane downhill road, 2 lanes on the other side. What that does is it now creates a pedestrian island in the middle that's about 10, 12 feet wide. Why is that important? Why is that useful? Again, kids are crossing the street. Right now, they have to navigate across this, which is about 60 feet across, roughly 60 feet across. When I look across the room and I'm calculating how to get 60 feet, there's a lot of calculations going on. When I turn and I cut this into 2 lanes, I made it from 60 feet to 20 feet. Calculate 20 feet, I get to the middle safely, I calculate the next 20 feet, and I'm across the street. How do we make that calculation safer, specifically for kids, but all pedestrians? I know I just put a big example out there of how to do it, but I think that's our ask here. How do we make this 60-foot trek into shorter treks, into safer treks? I know we've heard a lot about our crossing guards. Crossing guard has a hard time covering 60 feet, but a crossing guard can cover 20 feet, come to the middle of the road, and then cover the next 20 feet. We'll talk about crossing guards in just a little bit in next year, but I think that's ultimately what we're talking about. How do we get kids safely across the intersection, across a 60-foot stretch, that if we can cut it down to 2 20-feet stretches, would be a lot safer.
Anything else?
Yes. But I don't think we want to stick with anything. And so we're not looking for staff to do what I just said necessarily. We're looking to find out what are all the options, not limited to just how is this engineered today, but how could it be engineered to be safer? Whether that's anything from a sign all the way up. And what we're really looking to do is have staff dive into this intersection, come back with all the options, time scopes for all of them, because if we're going to put in, I don't think a stoplight would be the answer, but just for giggles, if we put in a stop sign, it's going to be $1.5 million and it's going to take 5 years. Well, I don't think that's a solution. So time scope and obviously cost. I think, again, the things at play here are the width of the road, the downhill southbound traffic, and the bend in the road. And if we can adjust those, we can do a lot to make people feel and drive safer on a road that's only going to get quicker. So I'll yield the floor for now. I think hopefully that was helpful.
Councilmember Schaefer. Councilmember San Antonio.
Sorry. When I've gone out there twice, and to see when they come up and crest that hill and come around the corner, that corner at Parkdale Lane on the Village Run East side, where most people cross, I think that's where they push people to cross, is where the crossing guard is on that corner, and cross over to Parkdale Lane. That is like almost a blind corner when they're coming down the street. It pops up, and the speed at where they come over that hill is actually pretty surprising. We stood right in this center median area and watched the traffic. We were there for a good hour and a half, well over what we were expecting. Talking about the intersection, talking about what could be done. I think the more we saw, especially when we stood on that particular corner where the crossing guard stands, it was surprising as they came over that hill, and then to hit the brakes towards they should probably brake much sooner. Again, maybe driver behavior, but they didn't slow down until, pretty darn close to that crosswalk. So it's scary. I can understand why the crossing guards were fearing for their life. as well as the kids. But it was pretty crazy how, and to see how many people actually rolled, or California rolled through that thing where it was like, oh, all right, I'm just going to go right now and follow the next car. That happened quite a bit while we were there. To what Deputy Mayor O'Hara said about this idea of making it 2 lanes, taking out that turn lane, these roads are pretty wide. I mean, these are old streets. But that was a big, taking that lane and making it a pedestrian island. I mean, I know we're not trying to get stuck on one thing, but man, I just thought that was a great idea. It was such a big island that you could fit. It's bigger than the one that's over on the 101 in Solana Beach. You could fit a decent amount of kids with their bikes in that island after we sat there and stood on that island for a while. I really hope that this is something and we talk about signs, we talk about, safety. I know that some people suggested, some speed bumps or speed humps. I know there's such a variety of different ways to traffic calm this intersection, but hopefully the staff will come back with some good numbers and some good ideas. Again, Deputy Mayor O'Hara and I are always happy to talk about this now that we've been out there. I know Commissioner Meddock was out there as well. So, but I really think the community involvement. Farhad has talked to me about this as well. So, thank you everybody for really bringing this to our attention. I'll yield.
Okay. And I've been out there a couple times during morning watching it, and it is pretty crazy out there. I actually walk from my house past this intersection, then down past, but not typically during the morning. But I have been out there during pickup drop-off. I totally support evaluating this. This is one of those very important intersections. I used to live in Village Park, and that intersection is key if you want to walk anywhere. If you want to walk to Parkdale, if you want to walk down to the Green Belt and back the Green Belt around the other way, it's just it's pretty central. I watched, and by the way, Abigail, thank you to you and your daughter for that video. That worth a million words, not just 1,000 words. Clearly, whatever solution we need. The people to be able to take control, whether it's a crossing guard or whether it's a kid on a bike off hours hitting a button. I think there's probably a traffic light there in its future. The analogy I would draw would be to La Posta and Rancho Santa Fe Road. Rancho Santa Fe Road is a high-speed road. It's about the same dimension across as Village Parkway. And the stoplight there at La Posta really helps allow junior high kids one way and grade school kids the other way, and it's worked for years pretty well and still facilitated traffic getting through there. I would add one more thing that I didn't hear today. I see a lot of cut-through traffic. As I'm driving on Encinitas Boulevard westbound, I see a lot of people go right, and I'm just getting the sense they're commuting through to get to Mountain Vista and cut in the corner. So traffic calming or something to help control the safety at this intersection makes total sense to me. So I'll support giving this to staff, and I don't know what the answer is, and I look forward to some good discussions in the future. Deputy Mayor O'Hara?
It's a great point. I think we actually talked about the cut-through traffic, and I think it's going to increase. So I think you're absolutely spot on with that. I'm going to attempt to make a motion here, and you can adjust it as needed. I'd like staff to look at the intersection, explore all possible items, come back to us with time and scope and cost, and then this is where it gets tricky. What can we do in the short term? And what do we need to be a long-term project? In other words, can we just start out by now putting streets up on the, putting signs up on the uphill and probably on the downhill, so on the north-south side that, or the east and west side of the road that say children present and maybe blink. Something that gets the ball rolling and that starts to catch people's attention, like, hey, wake up, pay attention, gives our crossing guards a hand. So I don't know if I'm phrasing that right, but what can we do in the near future and what do we need time to do to look at, to look at further and observe further, come back with.
So you're looking for short-term and long-term recommendations. Just say it that way.
Short-term, long-term, sure, perfect. Short-term, long-term recommendations. That's my motion. I also want to encourage Deputy Schaefer, Councilmember Schaefer, either way, and myself and staff to engage the schools about next year when Paul Leckie is closed, seeing if there's a possibility to take one of their allotted crossing guards and move them to this intersection so that there are two until we've got a safer access. I think they're going to have excess guards, and they're going to have some of those kids from Paul Leckie are going to be going to this school. So we're just making a resource that's available in one spot, moving it to a place where it is needed now, but it will definitely be needed then. So that's the second part of it.
Okay.
Second, and all I'll add is that it, obviously deputy presence and or in the vehicle or something of that nature, just even the volunteers being over there, just seeing seeing the car there, seeing the vehicle, and getting any of that stuff. I think the immediate is probably the practical solution. Obviously, long term, this is something we can talk through.
Yeah. Now, when I was a crossing guard at OPE, they gave us nice metal signs. And there was something about swinging it near that brand new Mercedes that was trying to creep around the corner that really helped. I'm just saying, standing out there and you raise it up a little and just a little slight down motion, they came to stops. Yeah. I'm sorry. It's after 10 o'clock. Yeah. So we have a motion and a second. I don't see any further. I think it's a good motion. Great report. Let's call the question.
Motion carries unanimously.
Oh, did we miss public?
No, we're going.
Oh, yeah. We've
So
got,
we'll
now-
return to oral communication.
I thought we had public speakers. You meant oral speakers, oral comments. Yeah, we have to go back to the rest of the oral comments, and then we'll go to
Rachel Lishaw, followed by Jeremy Ross, and then Paul Trouse.
Hello, everyone. My name is Rachel Lishaw, and I've been in the West African dance community in Encinitas for 15 years. I hope that you all had the chance to review our comments from the February 26th committee meeting. Tonight, instead of repeating myself, I urge you to agendize a review of Mr. Haubeck's conduct. Even young people know that if someone tells you that you hurt them, you say, "I'm sorry." You don't ignore them. To ignore them means you either don't believe them or you don't care. Mr. Haubeck's Facebook post was on February 13th. We've been discussing this now for almost a month. He has yet to take any steps in acknowledgement of the problem. I understand his not wanting to make this a public spectacle, but then why not engage privately? I reached out to him personally on February 16th, but got no reply. Why not delete the post? That could be one step in acknowledging that he misspoke. But he has not deleted it or reached out to our community in any way, and that implies that he believes there was no wrongdoing. It is invalid to say you didn't hurt someone if they are standing in front of you saying that you hurt them. His original post was ignorant, but his action this month has shown callousness and immaturity. Those are not qualities that we want in our government. We are a group who gets together for the love of West African dance and culture. We are not a political group. We are being forced to take action to ensure our safety and survival in Encinitas. Our community is mixed race, and we will all fight for the safety and well-being of everyone, and for this art form to be respected. City Council and Mayor, I urge you to agendize a review of Mr. Haubeck's ability to serve on a committee. He is a reflection of our city and of you. Thank you.
Following Jeremy, Paul, and Marianne, are you still here? Okay. Okay. Then it'll be Scott Campbell, Cynthia Shea Palmer, and then Elena Thompson.
Bruce, you remember when we were talking, sorry, excuse me, Mayor Ehlers, do you remember when we were talking about the food trucks outside? Would have been great for tonight, again, support local business. All right, don't want to waste my time. Jeremy Ross, D1. Come to you tonight with sadness, with disappointment. Sadness and disappointment at the silence from the majority of this council. On the morning of Friday, the 6th of March, masked gunmen, Trump's employees, took over the public parking lot of our Sheriff's North Central Station. Yes, it is a public lot. Yes, I or anyone, including masked gunmen, is allowed to park in that public lot. But being legal does not always equate to the higher standard of being moral. And this act of bravado by federal agents was certainly immoral. Masked gunmen's continued presence in our city and our very own sheriff's lot deeply harms the sense of safety our community feels going to North Central Station. This council has been silent. Captain Watts works hard to build trust with the Encinitas community. That sense of safety has been greatly harmed by this federal overreach, despite Captain Watts' diligent efforts locally. And this council has been silent. How many of you have reached out directly to Captain Watts since this harmful action to get his feedback? Where's this council's statement in support of Captain Watts? Where's this council's statement admonishing the federal agencies that greatly harmed the local work by Captain Watts to make our city safer? This council has been silent. Only 3 days later, the mom of twin 4-year-olds was abducted by masked gunmen from one of our preschool parking lots at pickup time, with many small children present inside the school, and this council has been silent. What happened to local pride? Where did our local strength go? Where are our strong local voices? Silence is complicity. Silence is weakness. Silence is compliance. Is it that you are too afraid to speak up for our community's safety? Or is it that you actually support these deplorable actions by the Trump regime?
What was that, sir? I said I almost tripped over your foot.
Okay.
Okay, my name is Scott Campbell. I live in Encinitas District 1. You know, without coming to these council meetings, I would have never even known about this silly stuff that some of these people are talking about. To think that ICE took over the police department is ridiculous. Anyways, let's talk about the consent calendar, because I got here a little bit late. This council is bringing it. Roads, drains, bridges now. San Alejo Bridge, this last fix, what did it say, in the 90s? Looking at you, Tony, you could have done it. They didn't do it. We're doing it now. We're fixing it. The Cadia Bridge, I stood up here. Some of you may have remembered, I brought a piece of concrete 18 inches big. That was 2 years ago. Now we're doing it. We're getting it fixed. Previous people didn't do nothing. The drainage at Streetscape, there's a contract amendment. That's a 28%. That's a lot. So I'm still questioning if we're going to be done by late summer. That's 6 months. We already saw that excellent status report. I suggest the council strongly suggest that all the commissioners read that, especially the relevant portions to their commissions, to help educate them and making better decisions for the city. And that's all I got for general comments. I'll see you next week.
You have my presentation? Cynthia Palmer. Can you start on slide 3 since we're down? Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Cynthia Shea Palmer. I live on Del Riego Avenue, which is near Clark apartments that are going in. I'm here to talk about the Puebla barrier and what this shows on the left. Let's see if this, anyway, the street on the very top, the white on the top is Leucadia Boulevard. The line on the bottom, the white on the bottom is Puebla. And the vertical white line is Saxony. That circle is where the Puebla barrier is there. So the people in my neighborhood, which is in that white boundary, we all have a lot of angst all the time, honestly, about what's coming with the Clark apartments. We're doubling our population and we're choking our roads, and we know what's coming. Meantime, we also have a lot of angst about the Puebla barrier getting removed. And so our neighbors we banded together, collaborated, and folks went around the neighborhood and put a petition together saying we want this to stay. It's imperative for the neighborhood. We have 300 signatures just for that little area. So we would like it improved, like it permanent, funded in this cycle with an emergency access or whatever is needed there. Can you do a click, please? Or I can. Oh, I couldn't do it before. Okay. So yeah, I'll submit this petition tonight before I leave and get it on the record. And in the 18 seconds I have, there are other items that we went through with many in the staff. Please keep the intersections and Clark Avenue in this neighborhood in your radar during this funding cycle so we can do something to keep our place safe. And please also continue to fight this development.
Thank
Okay?
you.
Thank you very much.
Elena Thompson, are you still here? I don't believe so. That does conclude oral communication.
Okay. And that takes us on to 13, which is council reports pursuant to AB 1234.
And I will kick that off. I have a bit of a report, bear with me. The San Diego County Water Authority at their last meeting cleared the way for the first ever interstate transfer of water. It's a different way of managing water in the West. What was approved was a memorandum of understanding, which is still needing to be approved by Metropolitan Water District, federal government, and other agencies in Arizona and Nevada. But what it will do is provide the ability to transfer additional water from the Carlsbad desal plant, which currently is less than 50% capacity operationally. The good news is that this could reduce costs to taxpayers, it could reduce Water Authority debt burden, and it also could reinforce the Water Authority reserves. This will continue to develop, and you may see news on this, and I'll report more when I can.
I attended the San Diego Community Power Water Board meeting. Not too much to report. We are still looking for a Community Advisory Committee advisor or member. So if you are interested in it, please contact me or go on the website and apply there. It is you do get a stipend for coming. I think it's a great position to fill. There's 2 openings still, Encinitas and I believe La Mesa. So
Nothing to report at the time.
Nothing to report at this time. NCTD canceled their meeting this month. They do have, for the public's knowledge, a CPP coming up regarding fare changes in congruence with their working with MTS. I encourage the public to chime in or to send public comment to address your concerns over increases in fares or your thoughts on it.
And the only meeting I attended in the last 2 weeks is the San Diego board meeting last Friday. There were 2 significant items. One was the tolling agreement for 125. You may have seen all of the 2 failed attempts to do it. They actually are outsourcing now, or we are outsourcing to TCA out of Orange County. So somebody that does this for a living is doing it for other entities too. So that's good. I think it's actually cheaper. So it's better. The other thing that we adopted flexible fleet, extending the flexible fleet pilot program. So that's just another small. Other than that, it was pretty routine San Diego meeting. With that, we'll go on to the city manager report.
Thank you. As I have said, anytime that we have immigration enforcement incidents in the city, I'll report out at the next council meeting. So did want to go ahead and report out, yes, on Friday, March 6th, there were ICE agents in the parking lot over at the North Coastal Sheriff's Station. The camera footage showed that they arrived at about 7:22. And they were gone by the time the station opened at 8 o'clock. Captain Watts or myself did not receive any notification that they would be in Encinitas. They said that they did not have any operations, so they normally let us know if they have any probable operations. They did not. They also did not give an explanation as to why. Captain Watts actually spoke to the director, which is Patrick Diver. He did apologize. He did not know that his agents would be there, so he was unsure why they were. We have also, as a city, inquired, because we also heard that they were then driving around the city, so we have an inquiry into that as well. The Sheriff's Department put out a press release at 12:30 that day on March 6th. We also shared that as well, since they are our law enforcement agency and partner. Alex Saint put that out on our media channels through our websites and things like that to make sure that that went out as well. We also did have an incident. It was on Monday, March 9th. It happened near 511 Saxony Place in Encinitas. It was near a Head Start program. One person was detained. We were notified that it was not a targeted enforcement. We were not given any previous notification. They did share with us it was one female that was detained and arrested with criminal charges pending. They shared that there had been prior criminal record, but did not share who the person was nor the charges. We went ahead and put in a FOIA, which is a Freedom of Information Act, on this event. We also are going to now do what's called an activity log. So if you go to our website, we have #1, immigration information. We have all of the FOIA requests, Freedom of Information Acts that we do. What we're going to now do is an activity log. So what the activity log will indicate is it will have the date of the incident. It will have the date of the request for information. It will have the request description. It will have the location of the incident. It will have the agency involved, which is likely either Border Patrol or Homeland Security, ICE. It will have the FOIA request status. It will have the FOIA response. It will have if any advance notice was provided, and then it will have any post-activity report provided. We have not received any type of post-activity report from Homeland Security. So I want to let you know that Deputy City Manager Mike James is working on that, and we are working to have that posted. So anytime we do have an event, we will post that information that will be readily available to the public. It usually takes us about a day or two. The reason sometimes communication is delayed a little is that we have to contact our contacts, so they don't always necessarily answer the phone. We have to do a little bit of phone tag, but the city will get out information as soon as we get it. The other part is we also want to make sure the information is right. We don't want to make sure that we said anything that was inaccurate. So sometimes correct information takes a little bit longer, but we strive to get that out as soon as we can. Also, I wanted to let everyone know that everyone is invited to join the Encinitas Academy, where you'll learn about the roles of city council, city managers, city attorney, and city staff. You'll also learn how the city operates on a day-to-day basis and how decisions are made. Classes for the next Encinitas Academy will begin on Tuesday, April 7th at 5:30. Encinitas Academy will open registration. It's tomorrow, the 12th, at 10 a.m. on the city's website. And please don't forget that registration is granted on a first-come, first-served basis. We normally have about a class of 20-25, so if anyone is interested about learning more about the city and how it works, please register for the Encinitas Academy. Thank you.
And just to clarify, we did ask for a post-action report on the...
we did.
The incident on the 9th. So, city attorney report.
Thank you, Mayor. Nothing to report.
Okay, and city clerk. And with that, we are adjourned. 10:25.
10:25.